Hey, Becky.
Hey, Rick.
Becky, I'm going to share your presentation just to do a quick test on sharing my screen.
Okay.
What can everybody see?
I can see the whole thing, the page.
Okay.
I can see the whole page as well.
Do you see any speakers? Any
Yeah,
person?
I see me and Stephanie and Rick and David Brace to the side.
Okay.
Yeah, Will, it looks good. You can see the entire slide, and you can see the sidebar with speakers.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Is that what you're looking? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, yeah.
Roger
Yes.
that.
It just depends on, just so that you all know, it depends on what kind of device you're on. So like on my iPad, I can't see the speakers, but I mean, I can definitely see the slide.
Right. I think what will be broadcast over community television will be more of what you can see on YouTube. So it should be everything.
Mr. Johnson, can you confirm if we have all the council members back on the line?
We're missing one member. I believe we're missing Andrew.
Another moment to dial in. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch.
Andrew just texted me that his device is frozen. So he's going to try to restart to join.
Okay. We'll give him a moment.
He says he's still restarting his device.
This is where it comes in handy to have Zoom, I guess, on your phone. So you have backup. I think we can, if everyone's okay, we can wait maybe another 2 minutes to see if he can get into the call.
I think he may be joining over his phone.
Okay.
Yeah, here he is.
Okay. Andrew, we're glad that you were able to get in with us. Sorry about your technical difficulties.
I just had to restart and then it all worked again.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, well, we are going to go ahead and start our second session, half of the day. We will start with Economic and Community Development. Deputy Chief Stephanie Welch, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor McKenzie, and hello to council and everyone else who's on the Zoom call. It's good to be with you this afternoon. Always fun to go after lunch. So I hope everybody's fueled up for a good afternoon. So I think you probably understand that it's been a pretty interesting time to come on board as the city's Chief of Economic and Community Development. I was I think about 3 weeks into the role when the first COVID positive case hit Knoxville. And since then, probably like everyone else on this call and elsewhere, I think the entire team and myself, for sure, we've been intensely focused on working with our partners to respond to something that really is an intersection in our department and in under my leadership. It's public health and it's economic impact. And so it clearly squarely is something that we've been very engaged in responding to, as we have throughout all of our city departments. So there's no doubt that the pandemic has created economic challenges and a lot of uncertainty. It's also obviously shining a very bright light on inequities that have already been in existence in our economy, not just locally, but really I would argue globally. But certainly we are seeing those same challenges just being exacerbated locally. So we'll talk a little bit about our response to that, or our ongoing response as our department deploys multiple resources to address some of those issues. Also, with any crisis, there is obviously a silver lining. Hopefully we can all find that in various ways. In our case, our internal team and our community partners, both new partners and our long-term partners, are working really well together and more closely, I would argue, than ever. And I feel really fortunate to be here at this time and working with such an amazing team, both internally and externally. Collectively, our goal is to promote and ensure inclusive and equitable economic development and prosperity. And to accomplish this, obviously, we have to first meet basic needs. And there's been a lot of focus on this and will continue to be, if you think about things like housing and food, accessibility, utility assistance, outreach work, supportive services for vulnerable populations. You'll hear about and see in the budget how these are reflected as priorities. We have very strong investments in these areas and continue to, even through these really challenging economic times. As we were developing the budget, I sort of came in midstream, but I think when we realized where the economy was going, it was really important to preserve those key functions that you'll hear about through presentations from Becky Waite and her team with Housing and Neighborhood Development, and through partners like Barbara Kelly, the Executive Director of CAC, and Ben Bentley, CEO of KCDC. You'll hear from them also. So those are obviously important priorities. We also, in our area, focus on making sure that Knoxville is a great place to work. It's a great place to invest and start a business. And redevelopment and development is really key to these efforts. So this budget proposal helps ensure continued success in ongoing redevelopment and development projects, while also investing in redevelopment outside our downtown core in some pretty strategic areas. So later on in this afternoon's presentation, I'll be joined by Dawn Michelle Foster and Rick Emmett, also members of my team, who really help make sure that we're being strategic, moving forward with projects, and ensuring also that we're really well connected between our economic development priorities and the important public safety and sustainability goals of other departments within the city. You'll also be hearing this afternoon about land use, a really important aspect of a healthy, smart, and equitable development strategy. So Gerald Green is actually probably at the Planning Commission meeting right now, but hopefully that meeting will be over in time for him to join us later this afternoon to talk about how our investments in Knoxville, Knox County planning are helping us move forward with our development goals as a city. So you'll also hear this afternoon about our focus on workforce and high quality jobs, which are also obviously cornerstones of a strong, inclusive, and equitable economy. There are lots of partners across the city working on these goals of workforce development, high quality jobs. And one of the priorities that I have is to make sure that we have a really good, comprehensive, coordinated strategy, not just within the city, but throughout our community. So with that in mind, you can imagine how thrilled I was when early on in those first 3 weeks, and you all have heard something similar from Mike Odom, who's the CEO of the Knoxville Chamber. He'll be talking about their plans to cultivate an economic ecosystem that's really well aligned, I think, with our priorities. So they're a fantastic partner who we invest in, and I'm excited about the direction they're going in. You'll also hear this afternoon from Jim Biggs, who's the executive director, as you know, of the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center. And, they do an amazing job of being really innovative and engaging our entrepreneur community to really help cultivate that culture of innovation. So you'll be hearing from him. So back to our internal team, Patricia Robledo will be on this afternoon to talk about her role as our business liaison. She wears lots of hats, what Patricia does, but she really helps entrepreneurs navigate through the systems that they need to work through to establish or expand businesses. A very key part of our economic and community development strategy. Patricia plays a key role in ensuring that different organizations and diverse voices are engaged in discussions and part of our progress as we move forward with economic and community development. So shifting gears a little bit, there's a lot to economic and community development, and tourism and visitors are also a really key piece of this. So it's a strange time to be talking about tourism and visitors. And obviously, we have some partners who we work with who have had to pivot really drastically to weather the storm through the pandemic. We know that in order to be strong in the long term, we need to be thinking about these parts of our economy as a long-term strategy. So we are continuing to invest in both the Visitor Center and Zoo Knoxville. And so I just want to talk for just a second about when I say pivot, I think there may be this idea that we shouldn't be thinking about visitors and we shouldn't be thinking about those tourism types of things. But not only do we need to make sure that we're ready as the economy does and our community begins to reopen, but we've needed these partners in the meantime. Just as an example, think about Visit Knoxville shifting gears from actively recruiting visitors and events to spending hours of their day on the phone with event companies and planners and people who want to come to Knoxville and delivering the really difficult, complicated public health message that events are prohibited right now and severely restricted for an extended period of time. And I know that seems like common sense, but you would be surprised at the number of calls that come in that these partners really have to deal with, and they're doing it very well. So they've pivoted to be a key part of our public health strategy as an entire community, because we're all part of that, to help make sure we're staying safe. So you'll hear from Kim Bumpus from Visit Knoxville and Lisa New from Zoo Knoxville or later this afternoon. So in summary, before I turn it over to Becky Wade, I have 4 key team members on the call, and Becky will introduce her team as well. And we also have 7 community partners you'll be hearing from this afternoon, and we all are working together through the city's investment and partnership to help make sure that we're moving towards that mission of ensuring that we have inclusive and equitable economic development. So unless there are any questions on the front end, I am going to turn it over to the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development, Becky Wade.
Stephanie, I did have a note on the agenda for later this afternoon. Gerald Green is not on the schedule for this afternoon. He will be speaking to council tomorrow morning.
Okay,
we have
great.
a scheduling issue with the meeting he had.
Okay, great. Sorry about that, Will. I
No
probably
problem.
should have known that, but I may have been looking at an old copy of the agenda. Thanks.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you, council members and mayor and other city staff that are on this call. I'm very pleased to be able to present the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department budget today. We do have some slides that we may shift over to here. First, I would like to introduce some staff members that were on the call. Stephanie Cook is the city's ADA coordinator, and she works in our department. Mike Dunthorne is the homeless program coordinator, and he's on the call. And then Linda Rust is listening. She's not visible, but she's listening, and she's our community development administrator. Plays a key role in our federal funding and making sure that all those projects keep running. So our department, Housing and Neighborhood Development, previously called Community Development, operates with both federal and local resources, and we do a number of programs focused on housing repair and rehabilitation and improvement for low-income citizens, both homeowners and renters. We work on the development of affordable housing, both rental and homeownership. We work on commercial property improvement for job creation and economic development. We do remediation of blighted property, including acquisition and sale of those properties. We work on revitalization efforts in redevelopment areas. We focus on homelessness prevention and programs serving those experiencing homelessness. We provide services for low-income families and individuals. And we focus on facility improvements, city improvements, and policy improvements to meet the Americans with Disability Act, and also serve as the person, Stephanie serves as the person that does all of the reasonable accommodations for our employees at the city as well as our constituents. Our department has a total of 19 staff members. 2 of those are part-time, the rest are full-time. And 11 of those positions are funded with federal dollars, 8 are city funded. Okay, next slide. So our mission in our department is to revitalize low and moderate income communities and strengthen all city neighborhoods. And we accomplish this by working with community partners on many programs with federal, state, and local funding sources. You can see some of our partners. That's a good number of our partners that we work with, because in a lot of cases, we serve as a funding and monitoring agency rather than an implementation agency. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we do get federal funds, and we'll get into this more at another meeting, but our federal funds come from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We receive Community Development Block Grant, and for our next year, July 2020 through 2021, we will have 1.7 million. We receive Home Investment Partnership Program funds, or HOME, and we will be getting 1.151 million in that program. We'll be receiving Emergency Solutions grants. Those are grants focused on homeless activities, and that amount is $148,849. And we're also implementing a lead-based paint hazard reduction grant. We were awarded 3.6 million last year, and that runs through 2022. And we're working on remediating lead hazards in housing throughout the city. We also get program income from loans that we've made to our citizens that we've loaned money to in years past, and that brings in approximately $700,000 to our department annually, and that gets rolled right back into our federal budget. So you'll hear more about the federal plan, our 5-year consolidated plan and annual action plan at a city council workshop on June 25th, where we'll go through all of that in lots more detail. So the subject of this hearing is the city funds, and we received general operating funds in the amount of 3.559 million. That's what's proposed for the 2021 year. With that, we provide department administration, staffing for a number of programs, like the commercial facade improvement program, property acquisition, homemakers, historic preservation, revitalization projects, and community schools. We also fund the Office of Homeless Services and provide staff for the continuum of care in the city's homeless plan, and contract management for a number of contracts that we implement focused on homeless services. The Disability Services Office is a staff of 1.5, and they provide staffing to the Mayor's Council on Disability Issues, and oversee the ADA facilities improvements that we'll be talking about in a minute with our capital requests. And like I said before, that office provides reasonable accommodations for constituents and the city employees. Also included in that fund are grant funds that we make to a number of agencies. We fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund at $323,000 a year. Community Schools grant at $425,000. Homeless Services grant with city funds at $201,000. And then homeless prevention through case management and operation of some of the activities at the day space, and that totals to $711,000. New for this year is a planning grant for KCDC to focus on the Western Heights neighborhood, and our request is for $500,000 for that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Next slide. Okay, in addition to those funds, we also implement the Affordable Rental Development Fund. Our request for this coming year is $2.5 million. That fund was established in July of 2017, and to date, $10,100,000 has been approved by council. To give you a little rundown of what's been happening with that, 225 units are complete in 4 different projects. We have 508 units under construction in 5 different projects. 104 units are scheduled to begin construction, break ground this year. And we have 101 units in the planning. They're either at some phase of planning at this point. So that gives us a total of 938 units that we've helped to develop in the city to provide affordable housing resources for citizens. We've spent or obligated $8.6 million of that fund, and that has leveraged almost $150 million. So our leverage ratio right now, for every dollar the city has invested, it's leveraged $17 of other funding. So the grant that I spoke of that KCDC is applying for is a Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant, and that is through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And Choice Neighborhoods is a comprehensive revitalization for a neighborhood, and it's a way to invest in people, housing, and the neighborhood. The city's funds would provide needed leverage for that grant application so that they could receive a maximum score and be competitive. This is a very competitive process. The early action items that could get started right away would be neighborhood and community engagement, and engineering and environmental site assessment for I believe there's 80 acres there on the site. And the Choice Neighborhoods Planning grants pave the way for KCDC to apply for a Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant, which could be as much as $35 million focused on one area, one neighborhood, which is pretty substantial. Next. Our capital fund requests We have 2 this year. We're continuing with the Austin Homes revitalization. KCDC is starting on phase 2. And the city's contribution to this revitalization is for infrastructure, including new utilities, stormwater systems, streets, sidewalks, lighting, landscaping, green space, to complement the 350 new housing units that will be built on the site. This was a master planned community, and the city's contribution has really made this able to be moved forward. We're also requesting ADA improvements for city facilities. This is an ongoing process. We have a number of facilities that need upgrades and improvements so that they meet the Americans with Disability Act standards, so that they are accessible for all of the citizens. So that request is for $400,000 to keep that process moving. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
Let's see, going back, it said to the $500,000 grant, it said that city funds will provide needed leverage. So how much are we talking as far as what's leverage when you're talking about city funds?
Yeah, I mean, when Ben Bentley speaks, he can go into this in a lot more detail, but my understanding is that the planning grants are $500,000. They have not come out. The notice of funding availability has not come out yet. Typically they're out by now, but under the situation, they're not. KCDC will be applying for those 500,000 federal dollars later this summer or fall, whenever that comes out. And the city's match of that will help strengthen their application and make it much more competitive.
But we don't know what that match is or would need to be at this point.
Well, we're asking for an equal match, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And going back, there was one, I think it was 323,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, correct?
Right.
Is that in addition to the 2.5 that's being allocated to the trust fund?
Yes, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is housed at the East Tennessee Foundation. That has been functioning since the 1990s. It has served numerous agencies over the years and helped develop affordable for sale housing, repair to housing, and the city's made that contribution for a long time. And so it's a little bit different focus. The Affordable Rental Development Fund is focused only on development of rental units. And the Affordable Housing Trust Fund at the East Tennessee Foundation, other than repair, they don't get into the development of rental units.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Wade, hi. I have just kind of an ask. It's not necessarily related to the budget for this year, and it would be a community affordable housing guide. I think we've talked about this before, and I've talked about it with Mr. Bentley as well. Understand United Way is funding housing navigators, which I think is brilliant and needed for folks who need housing tomorrow or in a month or for the next 6 months. But having walked through the process of navigating all the options, it is quite exhausting and complicated. So we have a brilliant graphic designer in the walls of the city, Mr. Fry. And so I think that is a very doable challenge, knowing what you all know about the options in our affordable housing ecosystem. So I'll just maybe keep beating that drum for a bit, but I think it's really important for the layperson and ordinary citizen to know in a moment of crisis, what are my options? And a single page, here are the basic paths you can take, would be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wonderful idea, and we certainly want to work on that. I've talked to Ben about that as well. and we need to get moving on that. But
Okay,
right,
all right, all right.
it can be really confusing.
Yeah, I mean, the bulk of this, there are different types of affordable housing that we all know of. This budget allocates funding for more capacity within those different options. Even still, it's hard to know which one I can apply for and which one I can't. So,
Right. We'll do it.
thank you.
Mhm.
I have a question.
Sure.
Through some of the COVID recovery funds, federal funds, there have been emergency funds made available through FEMA to invest in some infrastructure that might be able to address, lack of shelter for our homeless, both during the emergency and also in the long term. Have we been able to look into whether we can access any of those funds for our city?
I'll let Mike Dunthorne answer that because he is working with the team that's focused on homeless services during this crisis. But I'll add first, you'll have an item on your agenda next week that is covered under the CARES Act, and that is a direct allocation of funding to the city for community development block grant and emergency solutions grants. And we're going to be focusing that on housing assistance for families. So that's one way that we are using our CARES Act fund and trying to get that out the door as quickly as possible. But I will let Mike answer about the FEMA money.
Sure. So the FEMA money is, in particular with relation to homelessness and so forth, is available for emergency operations in trying to address the particular issues that relate to the COVID-19 crisis. Specifically, under the current situation, well, under a normal FEMA situation, when they talk about expanding shelter services and that sort of thing, they expect you to do congregate shelter in a single place. Under this circumstance, they have a waiver that they made available that the State Department of Health requested on behalf of everybody in Tennessee to do non-congregate shelter. And then we would be able to apply for reimbursement eventually to receive money back for having done non-congregate shelter. So what we have done locally here was open the guest house, which is the building right next to Minvilla Manor, and between it and Cherokee's clinic on Fifth Avenue. So as you know, we fronted funds to get that up and running, and then we will have an opportunity to go back and apply to FEMA for partial reimbursement. My understanding is typically that reimbursement is maybe 75% of what we've spent. The state may kick in a piece of the remaining 25%, and then we would be responsible for what's left. But it is a reimbursement question, not something where they're going to send us money to set something up and spend it for homelessness. And it is very specific to the COVID crisis and doing the things that we have to do in response to that specifically.
Do you have any plans, or is the work group thinking long-term about how, I'm sure there's a limit to how many funds we could tap into, but I'm not clear that limit is the 95,000. Is there planning taking place about how additional funds could be used towards our homeless services here in Knoxville?
To the extent that things are available, yes. The CARES Act money that Becky is talking about that comes at a second step is something that we're looking at. There's some very flexible money, $50,000 from THDA that we'll be able to apply for, and we're kind of waiting to see what gap we can fill with that. And then, we'll keep looking at additional money that may be coming down to address more long-term how we can use that to address homelessness. But it's it's all still a mix, and we've gotten through the initial process of trying to respond to the immediate question. And now we're beginning to look forward at how do we, one, try to anticipate if there's an additional spike in the fall or an additional issue in the fall. And then long-term, how do we prevent homelessness wherever possible? Because that's the cheapest way to intervene with homelessness and within the economic crisis. And then what additional resources we can apply in the future. So yeah, there's a lot of planning and work and conversations going on, but that's obviously not complete yet.
And will the city council get a report once that analysis is complete?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we'll keep you guys informed as we work through all of it. Yes.
Thank you.
Director Wade, I just wanted to follow back up on the affordable rental housing fund. That $2.5 million represents the same investment that was in the last fiscal year. Is that right?
That's correct. We did have a budget amendment, if you recall, in December that added some additional funds to that. But yes, it's the same as last year.
Okay. And I'm just really glad to see continued investment here. Obviously we've already been talking in this budget that it's, it may not, because of the current circumstances, we can't invest everything that we might want to in certain projects. But, this is an important one, and one that affects, all districts in the city. I know I've enjoyed our conversations about, the second district, and, we've had a lot of lost affordable housing here, and we're starting to, we've got a couple projects going on now to build that back in. And, I think we got, if I remember correctly, we've got about 50% renters, and of those 50% of them are cost burdens. So, I think this is an issue that's citywide, and I'm just really glad we're continuing to invest and try to address it head on.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor McKenzie, do you want us to move on to the next speaker?
Yes.
I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yes, please.
Or was there, Councilwoman Ryder had a question. Sorry.
Just a quick question. Becky, on page 119 in the budget, demo by neglect is listed 2 times. So I'm trying to figure out why it's on two different places on this page. It's the same fund number. I don't. It's down below neighborhood grants, and then it's also in the middle of the page.
Okay, that may be a voice. That may be a voice question.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's your total is 100,000.
Right.
Line item, and that is for, you use that for like acquisition costs?
No.
How is that used?
That demolition by neglect is a specific action that.
Yeah. No.
That if a property is historic and it is dilapidated and the owner has been given notice to fix it and they haven't, the city can go do some sort of remediation, either put a tarp on the roof.
Okay.
Or board up something, but that is solely what that's for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the only
Councilwoman Ryder, this is David. So I've been involved with that since it was initiated and created. It is a tool that we can use. It is a difficult tool to utilize because oftentimes we are, it depends on the scope of the work that needs to be done on the property or the structure. But, on smaller projects where we can utilize existing city personnel to tarp, cover, prevent further damage, it works. I think it's been very difficult to enter into a contract with a third-party contractor to do work on property we don't own, but we have legal right to enter and do work. So it's a tool that I think we're going to take a look at this year and see how best to utilize those resources. But Ms. Wade is absolutely right. It is all about stabilizing and preventing, but they're challenging to use. That tool is challenging to use.
And ma'am, the reason you're seeing it there twice on that page you mentioned is revenues and expenses. It shows up in revenues and shows up in expenses.
Okay, because it ends up being like an interfund transfer sometimes. Is that what? No.
It is a transfer, yes, ma'am. It is a transfer.
If I may, I believe, so on page 119,
yeah,
it'll show the demo by neglect, and it shows like taxes, license, permits. That's just showing where the revenue is coming from. And then below that, it's showing where that revenue is going to. So it's the revenue on top and the expenses on the bottom.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see, because it goes from the page before and the line is at the bottom. Oh, all right. I guess that makes some sense. Okay. So Becky, when there's an instance of acquisition through like the homemakers, sorry, that's a different budget item.
Yeah.
You have a certain amount of money for homemakers, and that's a totally different line item. Okay, that was my question. I'm clear now.
Right, that budget would fall under chronic problem properties or blighted property acquisitions, capital funds. There are funds in there right now that can carry us for the next year, and that's why we are not asking for more funds, but that's where those funds come from when we have to go forward with acquisition on a severely blighted structure.
I don't think I see any more questions. So Vice Mayor McKenzie, do you want us to move on to the Community Action Committee?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Is Miss Kelly on the phone or on the call? Saw her. There she is.
Yeah, here I am. I'm back. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I just can't open up without just saying thank you for all the support that you provide to the Community Action Committee, especially during the last 6 or 8 weeks. I think it's been really very meaningful to us to be designated as essential services and to have the opportunity to be kind of boots on the ground every day, working with seniors and helping to feed children and connecting people to essential services. Hopefully, at some point, we'll have a time to report to you and to the community on all of the work that is being done during this time. But we couldn't do it really without your support, and I just wanted to make sure I had a chance to say that to each one of you. So I did have a little handout, which I'm not sure, well, I guess it is. Well, there it is, my little pie chart. So, so this is CAC's funding is kind of complicated because we receive so many funds from so many different sources at so many different times of the year with so many rules and restrictions that we kind of take it for granted, but it is kind of mind-boggling from time to time when we explain it to others. So this little chart helps you to see how the funds that you provide on an annual basis to CAC fit in to make a cohesive whole. And you'll see that the bulk of our funding, as I think most of you know, is from a variety of federal sources, which make up the yellow portion of the pie, and are about, usually range around 70%, in this case, 68.2% of our total funding. Our next biggest slice of the pie, which we're particularly proud of, is the blue slice, because that is private funding from a variety of sources, and most governmental agencies like CAC do not have such significant amounts of private support for the work that they do. And then you see the pink slice is the city slice, and the green, it represents the support of Knox County government. And we receive just a very, very small amount of actual state funds. We receive a lot of our federal funds through state sources, but those are reflected in the federal portion of the budget. So that just gives you a little look at how the pieces kind of fit together. And so last year, we used the funds that the city and county both provide to do a variety of things. One is to provide matching funds when those are required in order to receive the federal funds. We also use them to kind of supplement the federal funding that we receive. A lot of times they come with, a variety of restrictions and requirements. And if you want to offer a comprehensive service to the community, you need some funds that can fill in the gaps so that the services that you provide actually get the job done and kind of make sense. So that's a really important part. And then we have some very, very small programs that really depend on a combination of our private support and our city and county support to actually make up the bulk of their budgets. So that's just kind of a quick sort of overview of how all the funding actually fits together. And I also just wanted to mention, some of the things that we are able to do. I mentioned rules and regulations, yes, but we also have a great deal of flexibility. And I think we've been able to use that to the community's benefit here in the last couple of weeks, particularly. We had kind of three main areas that we wanted to work in. One was making sure that seniors were fed and safe. The second was making sure that people had access to transportation to get to medical appointments, to dialysis, and to work. And then the third was to make sure that children were fed. And I just want to say how important it was. We partnered with the City Department of Parks and Recreation, and together in about a 3-day period of time, we opened 10 supplemental sites to fill some gaps in the services that were being provided by Knox County School. And through the end of April, I think we provided some 22,000 meals to children at those sites. So I think that just gives you an example of the kinds of things that your support really makes possible, and the ability to mount some effective and flexible responses when they're called for. I think I'll probably stop there and give you a chance if there are any questions that you like to ask me, or anything that I could expand upon. I have a little bit of time left here, so I'd be happy to do that.
I have a
Ms.
question.
Kelly? Okay, go right ahead.
Sorry. I was just curious how your programs providing rental assistance and you spoke a little bit about expanding your ability to reach folks in need of food with partnership with the schools. But I'm just curious how much our community has leaned on those other programs during this pandemic as well.
On food programs particularly?
And rental assistance.
Rental assistance, yes. I don't think we've really seen the full scope of what's going to be needed with rental assistance. I think many landlords have been, we've been able to enter into negotiations with folks to kind of see how the stimulus payments, how long it's going to take for people's UI to actually come into effect. And I think we have had some indications that when people do receive those sources of income, they do take care of business and they do pay their rent. But for some folks, it's going to be really difficult when we see, when people really start expecting the rent to be paid on time, and some of these back rental amounts may be challenging for people who, live on the margin. They may be able to keep up going forward, but they may actually need, some help with the back amounts. Same true for utilities. People may be able to pay their current bill, but whether they're going to be able to pay these amounts that have grown up during this period of time, I think that's really, really questionable. But we are working with Becky and with our federal partners to bring in just all of the federal resources that we can possibly, conjure up to address this. And I think hopefully as we go forward, we will have the resources to do that. Of course, the $100,000 that you all provided on an emergency basis really has helped out a lot while we wait for some of this, the federal wheels to turn and to actually have those funds available for us. We also received a good amount of donations from people during the period of time. And so when folks contribute to us and when it's for an emergency, we actually spend those dollars first, so people can really feel that their contributions actually made a difference. So that also took a little of the pressure off of the $100,000 that you all provided, because we did use our donations first. And I think we still have roughly half of that money left. But of course it needs to, go until the federal funds, really crank in. So thank you for that question. I think we're going to see how that actually plays out in the weeks and months to come. And it also depends how quickly people are able to get back to work to some extent, and how long the UI benefits actually continue to support individuals and families.
Right, because that extra 600 is until the end of July, but there's talks of extending it until the end of the year.
Well, I certainly hope it will be extended past the end of July, because people are going to need that additional support if they're going to catch up on these back bills, particularly rent and utilities. So I know you keep an eye on that, and we will too.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Ms. Kelly, I just wanted to add, I don't know if any other council members have any comments or questions, but I do want to echo what Councilmember Parker stated. We know that there are so many uncertainties regarding how long this pandemic will go on, and the ability for people to get back to work, even if they have jobs to get back to. I also want to mention that we're seeing food prices increase. So even our citizens that are receiving food stamps, it is going to be harder for them to be able to purchase enough food to make it through the month. And so we will look to you to please provide us with updates as you're seeing more requests for assistance for council's consideration in the event that you do need some additional support throughout the year. And again, I want to thank you and your staff for all that you do. The services that you provide are so incredibly important in the city to our residents. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you so much. And of course, We are going to be adding a grab and go component to our summer feeding program, which is usually a site-based kids eat on site program, because we are finding, although a lot of folks have been working around the food issues, I think this has pointed up the extent to which we really do have food insecurity in our community, because every single thing that we have done that has provided the opportunity for people to come and get food has really been very largely supported. I mean, people have come in larger numbers than we thought. I did not think when we added the grab and go sites that we were really going to be as successful in distributing the amount of food that we were. But parents came, children came, and we're expecting the same thing to happen when school is out. That's why we really are happy to be partnering with City Parks and Recreation. Again, every City Park and Recreation site is going to be a grab and go site supported by the staff there. And so that's going to make a really big difference. And we're looking for more sites in the county outside the city and hope to add some there too. But thank you, Vice Mayor McKenzie, for that. And we will definitely keep you informed.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we don't have any additional questions or comments. We'll continue to move on with our agenda.
Great. So hello again. Thank you, Vice Mayor McKenzie. It's Stephanie Welch again. And I am joined in this section by Don Michelle Foster and Rick Emmett. We are going to talk with you a little bit about our efforts around redevelopment and development. And really, the reality is that there are dollars all throughout this budget that support development and redevelopment. I mean, whether you're talking about infrastructure and parks, which really help to make sure that new development can happen, that we're attracting investment into our city, that we're maintaining the investment that we've already made. All of those are economic development and development strategies. Our planning, which you'll hear from tomorrow, that's a big piece of our development and redevelopment efforts. But in this budget, we're proposing a direct investment of $2,775,000 of capital funds to support several key projects. And so I can talk a little bit about those in just a minute, because there'll probably be some questions about some of those projects, and I'll ask for help from Don Michelle and Rick on those. But what's not reflected in the budget, and I think is really important to note, because the city's investment is supporting this, is the work that we've already started to help develop better connections between the various departments that directly impact development and redevelopment efforts. So by improving communication and coordination between my folks and city engineering and plans review and inspection and Knoxville, Knox County planning, all of those entities and community development and KCDC, I mean, we're all playing in the world of development and redevelopment. And so a big focus for this year, and again, probably what I would consider another silver lining of the crisis that we're in, it allows us to kind of take a step back. We don't have as many funds to invest in capital this year. We don't. We can't. It was important for us to invest those funds in other places, but we are continuing to make strategic investments, and we're able to use this time to really strengthen and streamline our internal and external communication and processes. So that's already started, and I'm really excited about continuing that work. That's a little less tangible, and you're not putting a number on it, but it's work that's happening every day. The other thing to note is that when there's such economic uncertainty and other parts of our economy are really going to be struggling, capital investment is a smart thing to do. So where we are investing capital dollars, I mean, those equate to jobs. And, you know, that's important as well. So just wanted you to keep those things in mind. So also in this budget, so just moving a little bit different direction, and Rick Emmett can speak to this, is proposed funding to support additional outreach efforts for the 2020 census. And just a reminder of how important the census is. That helps us make sure that we're getting the federal funds that you know are so important to us in many ways, and obviously elected representation. It helps us you know determine how elected representation is factored in our community. So those are some of the sort of major categories of work that are happening in this under this area of our budget. And I think just open it up for questions, and I can direct those to Rick or Don Michelle, or take them myself, depending on what the question is.
Director Welch, I have a question. This would probably be directed to Rick. Hate to put him on the spot, but does he know what our percentage, Knox County percentage rate of responses are at this point? I want to think that I saw at one point they were in the 40s. Just so I don't know if Rick has that information about it or not.
It's up in the mid 50s, I think.
Okay.
Now, that's Mayor. We're meeting closely with the Census Bureau folks on the response rates. As you know, that's available online. You know, it's really dependent on census tracts, and as we always knew, the low response areas from 10 years ago are still the low response areas today. And of course, you know, the whole COVID situation has caused us to change our strategies. The good news is there's an extra, I believe it's 6 months of response time. I think that we're now going to October 31st. So we're trying to understand how that's going to affect us and our budget. Frankly, we've got some money set aside for the budget to go on into the summer. We thought we were going to be through in July. And thanks to council, by the way, and thanks to many of you for helping on Facebook and all the social media. It's been a really big help. And some of the low response areas have actually done quite well from past years. So I feel pretty good about that whole side of it. But, you know, a large part of it was we're going to try to have these large events, you know, maybe go door to door, those things we can't do now. So, you know, we're doing billboards, we're doing flyers and all the various other things, and of course, social media and those kinds of things. And it's been a big challenge. I think we're doing pretty good. I've got a meeting set up next week with the Census Bureau, who called me to say they wanted to give us updates and to thank me for our response and what a good job we're doing. So apparently they feel like we're doing a pretty good job. So I was very heartened by that.
Good deal. Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, could you maybe just shoot council or shoot a quick update to Will Johnson, and he can get it out to council after your call?
Absolutely. You know, this is going to impact also our redistricting efforts next year. Of course, council, you know, be intimately involved in that. So, you know, if we're 6 months delayed, I don't know if that's set in stone yet, that when the actual report's going to get to the Congress and president and then back to us to begin redistricting. But, you know, that affects election cycles, and it's a pretty tricky thing. So we'll be talking about that more in the future, I'm sure.
Thank you. Quick question, Rick. If a person has misplaced their code, the postcard with their code on it, what's the process for them to be able to get that code online?
You don't have to have a code.
You don't have to have the code.
You don't have to have the code. You can go online today. Anyone can, and fill out a census form, put your address on there. They've got mechanisms in their system to cross-check all these things to make sure you're not a duplicate, that you're not counted more than once. But yes, I just read an article just the other day about that you don't have to have the code.
Okay, great. Yeah, I had that question this week, and I was not clear on that answer. So thank you for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
you. Thank you.
I have questions
Councilman
about the capital projects.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to go through them and get a better sense of what's being proposed.
Sure, yes. So if you look at let's see, hopefully everybody has this. It's in the capital improvements program, page 13 is where you can go. While you're looking to find that, we'll start with Sevier Avenue improvements. So I'll just go one by one if that's, would that be helpful, Councilwoman Parker? Okay, perfect. So the Sevier Avenue improvements, we are proposing $1 million for Sevier Avenue improvements. And this is, I believe, and I think Don Michelle, Ms. Foster can correct me. This is for underground utility work that needs to happen this upcoming year. Is that right, Don Michelle?
I'm sorry, you won't believe this. I had to click over to my phone real quick. So if the question can be repeated, I knew it was going to happen.
The $1 million that we've budgeted for Sevier Avenue improvements, I just said
Sure.
that is for underground utility work, and I just wanted to confirm that I got that right.
That's correct. We do have a funding grant with TDOT, but they consider that a beautification. And because it's in the South Waterfront Form-Based Code District, which requires underground utilities for a new urban landscape, that is what that's going to cover. Yeah, for utility relocations underground.
Okay. And then the next,
Wait,
I can't.
still on that one, what is the federal and state funding being pursued for that?
So that's the entire streetscape project that goes from Davenport Road to Foggy Bottom Island Home, eastbound on Sevier Avenue. So we have been working on the Sevier Avenue streetscape project since about 2012. Well, yeah, since about 2012 to 2014. We are now in the right-of-way phase for that project, hopefully to get that right-of-way phase completed by the summer, and also moving forward with the streetscape project. However, when it comes to underground overhead utilities, TDOT had considered that more of a beautification, but that type of request for underground utilities, overhead to go underground, is a requirement of form-based code. So that's what that $1 million will cover for the streetscape project. And it will also cover our engineering consultant to coordinate the utility coordination with AT&T and KUB. We'll have to work out some language with memorandums of understanding between the city and KUB to get that work done.
Thank you.
Great. So moving on to Waterfront Drive redevelopment, that is proposed at $1 million this year. And that, again, this is public infrastructure improvements. The South Waterfront Code is very specific about setting up a grid system for redevelopment of that area. So these investments will help to establish that public infrastructure for the private redevelopment that's happening along Waterfront Drive. And then we have for this year, $200,000 proposed for infrastructure improvements for the Coliseum area, Morningside. And really this is, you know, again, to make sure that we're really connecting the redevelopment of that area. And Mr. Brace may be able to speak a little bit more about this. He's been more involved with this project for longer, but making sure that as we're redeveloping that area, there's really good pedestrian linkage and good interface with the rest of the surrounding area.
And a proposed $15 million investment
over the course of, yes. So we're talking about proposed over the course of 5 years.
Can you give us a gist of what those major improvements might be?
I might punt that to Mr. Brace to see if he could help us with that.
Yeah, and I think at this point, the first year is really the most important year because I'm not sure what that looks like. But the first year is about designing the specific public spaces around the museum. And I know we discussed this during public meetings, but how do we tell the story of the neighborhood that was there urban renewal, and how do we do that on the public spaces around it? So that's the first design element. Additional design elements may also include how do we connect the existing housing? What is the existing housing? Is that housing protected long-term based on its ownership type and the affordable housing aspects of that property? How do we take Hall of Fame and make it more pedestrian friendly? So I think the core focus of that 200,000 are connections to the community and telling the story. I don't know yet, because the design of the museum is still in flux, what other public improvements could be made. But we are anticipating having to support it at some level as we move east, the cultural corridor out to Beck, other cultural properties in and around that area. So this first year is going to really drive what those out years will be.
So the next investment proposed is Burlington District improvements. And this is actually part of a longer term revitalization effort in the Burlington District. There have been investments in intersection improvements, pedestrian amenities, facade improvements. And really this year, I think our goal is to make sure that we keep that momentum going. There's a sort of a long-term plan, and you can see that we've projected out for future years. But this year, we have $25,000 set aside for, probably smaller types of improvements in that area that would align with the plan that's already been worked over the past several years. We have funding for the sanitary laundry site, which is, again, this is part of a redevelopment area, and there is a need for some public parking. There's a whole lot of pressure in that area right now, and a need for public parking. So this will help to alleviate some of those parking pressures by preparing a parking area adjacent to the sanitary laundry site. Again, very important for ongoing investment in that area. And then finally, the Broadway corridor. It is, this is, the Broadway corridor task force has been in the works for a long time as well. Councilwoman Ryder can certainly attest to that. I think that you chaired that at one point, Councilwoman Ryder.
January 2014 was the beginning.
Yes, yes. So again, just ensuring that we are continuing to include funding in the budget to keep the momentum going with that planned phased project with, revitalizing and investing in the Broadway corridor. So, I think this was an area that we realized that I think Boyce said it very well in the beginning. There are many things we wish we could have invested more in. And, but we made sure to maintain a level of support for projects that had been ongoing so that we don't lose some momentum in these areas.
Now with the Broadway corridor, this 100,000 is separate from the Greenway improvements.
Correct. Yes.
And so can you help me imagine what those two separate pieces, pots of money will pay for on that same strip of street?
I actually can comment on that if you don't mind. I don't, unless somebody else
you wanted to say something.
Sure. So there's been some studies that have been paid for in past budgets to look at some areas. Specifically, we've had pedestrian accidents there where pedestrians have been hit by, and Charlie Thomas has also been involved in a lot of these meetings as well. Where Hall of Fame tees into Broadway, that's not walkable, and we have a lot of pedestrian traffic. It's very dangerous to cross there.
Can I cut you off?
Sure.
If it's about the roundabout, you can just say it's the roundabout.
I don't know that it's the roundabout specifically.
Okay. Yeah.
It's about continuing to look at these areas and trying to make engineering road improvements so people can walk and get places.
Right.
So we don't know. So it may be the the quick answer to the question is we don't have a very specific, targeted piece of that project, but it allows us to move forward with a piece of those pedestrian safety measures in that area. And the Greenway is a completely different, that's a separate budget, just like other greenways in our community are budgeted separately.
And Deputy Welch, if I can speak.
Of course. Sorry, Dawn Michelle.
That's okay. What this does, TPO has funding support from the state. What this will do will give us a local match to team up with the TPO and the planning group, engineering and others to create a small area plan to provide some guidance on the way this area is growing. All the projects are moving forward right now, and it's best to house this in some type of document to give it some living document, some guidance as it moves forward. That's what this money is going to be utilized for, to kind of house all this and incorporate these things to give it some kind of guidance, along with the additional new zoning that we have in the area as well. So I think getting together with the TPO and the planning group and engineering, we will help determine the Everons of the project, as well as the termini going through 640 and other portions of maybe Fountain City, reaching out that far. But that's what our hopes are. This plan will, the monies from this plan will help guide that.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Thanks, Councilwoman Parker. Oh, other questions?
Yeah, I have two more. Sorry. Just back to Burlington. I'm curious why we slowed down the momentum on that, because there was more money anticipated being spent in this budget year previously, but that's been significantly reduced.
Yep.
If I can speak on that as well. Currently, we have funds that were utilized to support the interchange study, that the Magnolia Avenue Rutledge Pike interchange study. So some of the funds have went to support that study. We are continuing to incorporate the recommendations from that study with the Burlington Enhancement Plan. So these are just steps that we're taking until we get some direction from that study to move forward. But we do appreciate the request of the $25,000 this year to support the project as it moves forward. So the study that we're doing at the interchange will give us some recommendations, because it's incorporating the Burlington plan along with this plan. So we've just got to wait to see what those recommendations are to move forward. So this has given us some time to do that.
And then my last question is Magnolia Avenue streetscapes has been completely removed. Doesn't look like there's a third phase being planned at all.
David, you popped up. I didn't know if you were getting ready to say something.
One thing I did want to mention to Councilwoman Parker is, and I'm looking for the number of perhaps voice, there is a balance on the Burlington districts. So the number for this year, obviously because of the constraints on the budget, is lower, but I believe there's a balance of over almost 600,000, 587 in that capital account. So that would be in addition to what would be funded in the proposed budget, which would be nearly 600,000. So I just wanted to note that for you, Councilwoman Parker.
So 600,000 can be used towards improvement in Burlington and
Burlington.
Yeah, and I think the Broadway and this Burlington project highlight oftentimes infrastructure projects are funded over multiple years. And so they're ongoing multi-year projects where you may have 100 and then $500,000 or $1 million. And so because of the scope of these projects, we oftentimes can't do them all at once, or priorities for the community may dole them out in a way that we do an intersection, and then we do a sidewalk, and then we do a greenway through a state greenway grant. So Burlington is one that I think we are continuing to put funds towards, and the Broadway corridor is one that I believe we will continue to put infrastructure dollars into it.
And yes, sir, Boyce here. It is a balance right now of $587,000. you know, that money does not lapse at the end of the FY capital. So we have 25,000.
Okay. And David and Boyce, thank you for those points of clarification to share with everyone as it relates to Burlington.
And then just Magnolia.
It's muted again.
So, yep. Thanks, Don Michelle.
Okay. So, oh, goodness. In regards to Magnolia Avenue, we're moving forward with the phase 3. You'll be seeing something coming to council. We have just received our contract from TDOT. Previously on phases 1 and 2, we did that with locals dollars only. We're moving forward with using some TDOT STPG grant funding for that, which breaks that down into various phases, starting with the NEPA and preliminary engineering for that project. So it's gonna move at a slower pace, but we're going through this with the TDOT grant process, local managed project grant process with TDOT. So that's going to help us perform NEPA and the design phases. And we had to break that contract down, but we should be going to council within the next month or so with that contract to move that first phase for phase 3 from North Bertrand Street to Cherry Street forward. We'll have the opportunity to do the environmental process as one project and break down the right-of-way and construction into 2 different phases to make sure that we can get proper bids from contractors that way. So you'll be seeing that coming soon.
And again, we have a balance there of $200,000 right now. So there's still money right there as well.
So we have 200,000 to move forward with immediately, and then applying for TDOT money, and whether we're awarded that money will determine whether we can complete phase 3.
We're in that contract. If we take that to council, that's an agreement that we can move forward with the environmental process, which is the first phase, NEPA and preliminary design. So that's an agreement that we will enter into that contract with TDOT. So that's a go. That would be a go.
So this is just another great example of how a lot of these big capital projects are multi-year projects that just are, you know, layers of funding from different sources and different steps we have to go through in order to get them to completion. But good, really good questions. Thank you, Councilwoman Parker, for asking those.
And one follow-up to that, TDOT has kind of changed their process over the years. Don't fund like everything all at once with one big grant. They kind of break it down into, you know, phases and parts of phases and all that. So that's kind of what we're seeing here. It's a little different than it used to be. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, if there are no other questions, Vice Mayor McKenzie, do you want us to move on to Patricia Robledo?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? All right. So thank you for this opportunity to share about the Office of Business Support and highlight a few of the things that I'm lucky enough I get to do. So the Office of Business Support exists to help businesses navigate city regulations, policies, and departments. A little bit noisy, sorry. So in this office is just me, myself, and I. And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about what I get to do. I have the Business Advisory Council that comes under this office. And I help coordinate and appoint folks to these advisory council. They served in advisory and partnership capacity to promote regular and open communication between city government and the business community. They get appointed for a 2-year term, and we meet every other month with the different city directors. And so it's a great opportunity for the business owners to learn more about the city departments and what they get to do. And it's also a great opportunity for the directors to hear from the business community about experiences they've had in interacting with the different departments. Councilman Tommy Smith served in this council, and that was, I hope, a good experience for you. We've had 48 people since 2012 go through what I guess the program, they've graduated from the program. And so I feel like we have 48 people out there who've become business ambassadors that know a little bit more about how the city works and the different city departments and processes. And I still get contacted by council members that served, you know, from the beginning, and trying to connect some in their own business communities to us. So that's been a great program. A lot of what's come to me have been actually newer business models for which we do not have ordinances. And so it falls on me to help coordinate with the law department and whatever other departments need to be at the table to either amend or create ordinances so that those businesses can exist. And, you know, one big example of that has been food trucks. As you know, they've become very popular. We started in 2013 with a 2-year pilot program. By 2016, it had been adopted as permanent policy, and it's grown a lot since then. It grew at the same time that we did the food truck policy. Rick Emmett and planning and others worked to change the zoning for microbreweries and craft breweries, and I feel like these two business models are almost like cousins. They have this symbiotic relationship and they help each other out, and they have grown together. So it's a program that it has grown and into other business models like the food truck parks and such. Even during this COVID crisis, the food trucks have kind of done pretty well. And just on Tuesday, we had 2 new ones. Last Tuesday, we have 2 new ones. So it keeps growing. What's good about it is that other businesses have come, newer business models have come up. And having worked on these with, I have to give credit to Dr. Lyons for having helped me through the public process and policy and all of that. We now have a pretty good template that we can use for other programs that come, and so that has been great. I'll just provide business assistance wherever it is needed, whether it is working with building permits and inspections, zoning, engineering, purchasing, whatever people need within the city, and then also outside. So I've become kind of a liaison with KUB and the health department and planning and others outside of the city. I also work a lot with the Knoxville Business Support Network, which includes Knoxville Area Urban League, the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center, Knoxville Chamber, SCORE Greater Knoxville, the Tennessee Small Business Development Center, and then outside of that network, I also refer a lot of people to the University of Tennessee Economic Development Clinic. So I feel like we have a pretty good ecosystem that supports businesses, and they collaborate and they don't step on each other's toes. Everybody has kind of their niche. And so it's great for me to be able to sit down with a business owner and sort of hear out what the needs are and be able to refer them where I think they should land. A lot of business networking opportunities come, and so I try to participate as much as I can. We have what we call BPAs, Business Professional Associations, scattered geographically around the city. I try to be connected to them as much as possible, whether it's Cumberland, South Knoxville, North Knoxville, East Knoxville, etc., and the Chamber and all the other networking opportunities, ribbon cuttings and things that I can attend. I also serve on different boards on behalf of Mayor. I'm on the KC, the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center Board, and the Mayor's Council as well, the Maker Council, Mayor's Maker Council. And internally, different committees like the FASAD Grant Review Committee and others, and special projects like the Census 2020 that Rick Emmett was talking about. And I've become sort of obviously because I'm from the immigrant community, I've become sort of that liaison for not just the Latino community, but refugee communities and such for different outreach that we do or that other people do in those communities. So that gives you kind of just a little snapshot of all that I'm involved in. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments?
I have one. Hi, Patricia.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Are there any new business models emerging that you maybe rumbling towards you putting some formation around similar to the food trucks or some of those?
Well, one that I can think of, about 3 different people have reached out in terms of having, it's sort of like a food truck park, but it's more, it's like a dog park where owners can bring their dogs and let them run around, but also have food and drink. It's a business that is elsewhere in Chattanooga and other places. And so there have been 3 different folks that have been interested in opening something like that.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Patricia.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. It's good to see you. I may have missed this. How closely do you work with the Chamber of Commerce?
Work pretty closely with them. I'm in a meeting, development meeting with them every other week with mayor and others from the city. And I try to attend as much possible Knoxville Chamber events. I see Amy Nolan here, and I do reach out to Amy quite often with questions or referring people to the chamber. So we're in contact.
Okay. I know the Chamber's made a lot of changes. I think COVID sort of, we didn't get to hear the news as loudly as I would have hoped. Just the model that they're really shifting from focusing on their members to all of Knoxville as their members, just raising all of businesses versus the feeling that so many had that it just served a few businesses and communities. Do you see any changes that I feel like they can work even closer with the city and start a lot more programs that will help lift communities that really haven't been doing as well?
Well, I do see Mike Odom and Amy Nolan, and I know the chamber will be speaking later. I think overall there is a great desire to work closer together to reach communities that need more help. And I'm happy to do that and outreach as much as possible. As Deputy Welch mentioned before at the beginning, we do try as much as possible to bring as much diversity to the different councils, the different, with the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center, everywhere. That's a focus of trying to reach underserved communities.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have any other questions or comments? If not, Patricia, we just want to thank you for all the work that you do in the communities and to help people get the information and get on the path that they need to be in to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda, we have the Knoxville Chamber. Do we have Mike Odom with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi, Mike. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Others, Mike Odom with the Knoxville Chamber. I'm also joined by Amy Nolan, who is our Vice President of Regional Enhancement. So Stephanie told me I had 2.5 hours to speak, so I'm going to try to condense my thoughts as much as I can. I have 415 slides, so if we'll get through those very quickly here. And I also want to announce that I'm going to hire Councilmember Singh as our Director of PR now with that great job she just gave when Patricia was talking, so I appreciate that. We're going to go through just a couple slides here very quickly, so leave more time for you all to ask questions. Will, if we can go to that first slide. We've had the opportunity to speak to most of you, to Councilmember Thomas and Councilmember Smith. We had to push that meeting due to the pandemic, and Vice Mayor McKenzie has been avoiding me, so I haven't been able to go through this with her. But as Councilmember Singh said, we did have, just recently, we announced our new strategic vision, which is called Path to Prosperity. And the goal is to create a vibrant, innovative economic ecosystem, which Stephanie mentioned earlier, for the entire Knoxville region that will ensure that we are considering the realities today while contemplating the aspirations of tomorrow. And no one is happy with what we're dealing with right now, obviously. And I realize that we are biased, but we actually do believe that our vision, the direction in which we're going, that we worked on for the past year or so, is more valid now than it was 4 months ago. We truly believe that the direction that we are going fits with this post-pandemic world when we get to that point. So very quickly, you can see on your screen the economic ecosystem. I'm going to go through it in short order. One, at the top of that is what we call business retention and expansion. And in layman's terms, that means our focus now is more on our local businesses than it is to go out and recruit new businesses. We continue to hear, we don't have enough corporate headquarters. We have thousands of corporate headquarters. They just happen to have 5, 10, 50 employees. Our job is to help them get to 500, 1,000, 5,000 employees, if that's the dream that they have. We still want to go out and try to recruit, but we want to do it very strategically. We want to go to the companies here and say, what partners do you have? What customers do you have? How can we help you do your job better, be more successful in your business so that you can grow jobs and be able to help your folks get more into economic prosperity, which is our mission. That's followed by the business climate. A lot of our work with you all will be in that part, the regulatory environment, the tax environment, health. UT's annual economic research talked about how the health of the workforce here in East Tennessee, that was even pre-pandemic. So even more so, we're going to start to get more engaged in that level. Infrastructure, and that's more than just roads and bridges. That's buildings and transportation and broadband, which we'll talk a little bit in a second. And then talent. You will see our talent, which is public education, post-secondary education, workforce development, inclusion, talent retention, attraction. This will probably be the main focus for us for the next 15 years. It is that important to our success as a region. The next is the entrepreneurship and small business. How do we get more businesses started? How do we ensure that they sustain so that then they become the target in our business retention and expansion efforts so that we can help them grow and then they become large businesses as their dreams have requested. So next slide, Will. So the Path to Prosperity has, over its 5-year lifespan, has 6 components, and you're going to see a lot of these are strategies, and that's on purpose. The reason being that it's sort of like a puzzle. When you get in, which a lot of us have done a lot of these right now, the puzzle on the front cover of the box has the picture. That tells you what you need to be looking for as you put the pieces together. Then you get the corners, you get the sides, you go into the center. That's what the strategies are made to do. We don't want to just piecemeal things together. We want to go in a direction where we know how to do things and know what we're trying to do collaboratively with the entire region. So the first one is a regional workforce development strategy. We have already started that work to ensure that we're meeting the needs and ensuring that our people have the skills that they need to be successful. Then is a talent retention and attraction strategy. How do we keep more of our residents here from going to the Nashvilles and Raleighs and Atlantas? This is where our inclusion efforts are going to come in. This is where we'll go and recruit people to come back if they've lived here previously, or if there's specific positions that we need to fill, try to go get those as well. Then the infrastructure strategy, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. Again, we're already started working on that. A regional access to capital strategy. When you talk to entrepreneurs and budding entrepreneurs, the number one thing that they talk about is access to capital. Whether it be micro loans or $20 million stage, multi-stage loans, that entire spectrum, we're going to start working on that immediately. We talked about the local business economic development. And then finally is when we go out, whether internally or externally to the community and talk about City of Knoxville and Knox County, we need something to tie it all together. And so we are working with both city, county, and other entities like Visit Knoxville to try to come up with some kind of messaging that we can use when we go out and recruit people and businesses. So that work has just started, and you'll be hearing more about that in the coming months. Next, Will, last slide, please. So one of the things that we are doing differently than we have in the past is we're going to be very focused on our annual business plan. So for those of you I have had a chance to talk to one-on-one, we talk about mission, vision, plan. Mission is to drive regional economic prosperity. The path to prosperity is the vision. And then each year we'll have the annual business plan. Now, disclosure, full disclosure and disclaimer. We are on the same planning cycle as you all are. So our board has not seen these items from our business plan yet. So don't tell anybody if you don't mind. Let's keep it to ourselves. But these are a few that we're talking about. There are many, many more, but these are just a couple we wanted to, in our short time here, talk about. One is we are pursuing 100% regional broadband access. So whether that be in an urban environment, suburban environment, or rural, the pandemic has highlighted the lack of internet accessibility and the problems that occur with it. And so we have really got to aggressively pursue 100% access. We want to work on the workforce transit options. We need to ensure that people can get to work in a timely and efficient manner so that they can do their jobs and still have a quality of life that they deserve. Next is talent. You're going to see us support and try to increase the number of accelerated workforce training programs. This was important before, but it is key now, as many people may not have the same job to go back to, and if they need to reskill to ensure that they can get great jobs, we need to make sure that we help them do that as quickly as possible. We also want to develop a rapid response workforce development strategy. We want people to be able, if a company says, look, I want to expand here, but I don't have the workforce to do it quickly, we want to be able to move on a dime to be able to meet those needs for them. In terms of entrepreneurship, small business, going back to the access to capital strategy, we're starting to identify innovative access to capital solutions at other places. We don't want to have to reinvent the wheel here. So that's going to be part of next year. We're going to conduct 225 business retention expansion visits. There are about 250 work days in a year, not including holidays and weekends. So we will be almost every day meeting with other companies. Now I realize it seems like, well, we should be able to do more, but a lot of times companies, it takes a while for us to get in there. They think we're there to sell them a membership or whatever the case may be. And so we've got to do it. So that's a significant increase over previous years for us. And then on the attraction side is we do know that there's some opportunities for us to go out and recruit companies. And so we were planning to, right at the beginning of COVID-19, to go to another community and try to recruit some specific companies, as well as to ask some companies that have some operations here to expand. Obviously that got canceled. So we're going to do 2 virtual ones next year to try to get inside and talk about why this is a great place to be. So that's all I have. One, just kind of wrap up, Councilmember Singh mentioned, we have, like a lot of chambers, and so I'm not trying to disparage them, have had this quid pro quo mentality, which is you pay us and we help you. Our mission is to drive regional economic prosperity. Nothing in that mission statement says if you pay us. So our mentality now, everything we do as a team is to try to help businesses succeed. And then because we know if we do that, we'll get paid at some point by investors. People are still going to want to be part of it. But we really have changed our mindset now that we're here to help no matter who you are or what stage you are in your business. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first a comment. Thank you for actually having that 2.5-hour meeting with me to go through this presentation. I appreciate it. And I'm excited about a lot of parts of it, especially the broadband, especially access to capital for small businesses. And on that piece, I wanted to see if you had any more information of what you envision that access to capital being like, whether it's a revolving loan fund, whether it's grant program or.
Unfortunately not. We got sidetracked a little bit last few months, but I would foresee kind of going out on the limb that based on some other research we've done in other places that I've been, that there's going to be, you may see some incentives for financial institutions to participate, trying to lower or relieve their risk. Some of it will just be better promotion of programs that, like for instance, that the Urban League does. The Urban League has a great microloan program that very few people unfortunately know about. So that could be a very simple solution. So we're a little light on details right now, but those are some of the things that we could foresee in the future.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mike. I have some concerns. I'm really excited about this because I really didn't care for the model. It really was, if you could buy into it, if you were successful enough to buy into it, you would get help. Right now, a big concern of mine is the very small businesses that have one employee, the owner and a lot of time laborer. And they seem to be having a lot of trouble getting connected to any federal funds because of there being one employee. This is also the group that's never been able to be a member of the chamber. I know you've been putting out a lot of resources to connect businesses with resources. Is that a group that you're putting some energy into, especially after COVID?
Absolutely. And we were just having this conversation about 2 hours ago. We appreciate the Paycheck Protection Program and what the federal government was trying to do there. And they were trying to, in the proverbial, change the tire while the car was moving, and we get that. But it's obvious that it left out a significant number of businesses, and not even the quote unquote micro businesses, mid to small businesses that even had relationships with financial institutions, but their institution decided not to participate. And so we have really tried to reach it. Now, a lot of those micro businesses right now are just trying to hold on and keep things going. So, but everything that we're doing right now is to try to outward put and say, hey, how can we help you? What can we do? Now, the answer may be there's not much we can do right now. It may just be simple connections saying, hey, you need to talk here or there. But we are absolutely focused on those folks. In reality, the larger businesses don't need as much help right now on that. And so that is why our focus is on the very small businesses, those who are in industry sectors that are the most hurt here going forward. And so we've unfortunately a lot of our work has just been putting information out. But now that things are starting to settle a little bit, we're starting to do more outreach above and beyond that.
Hey, Mike, I have a question. I've never heard the BRE acronym, so that's a new one to me. But I assume a lot of those visits will be to small businesses, like really tiny businesses, or?
Actually, they will be to any and every business.
Okay.
It's when you think about it. So we have a director of business retention expansion. We've always had that position. Unfortunately, that's kind of been a catch-all that if we need to go work on workforce, we would put that person in responsible for it. If we had to go work on infrastructure, go put that person responsible for it. Now we have in creating a new department, which Amy leads, called Regional Enhancement, all of that is consolidated under her work. So Wilson Meyer, who leads our business retention expansion efforts, this is all he does. His only job is to go out, meet with businesses, find out what obstacles they have to either expand or maintain their business. And if they do have those problems, involve Amy's team so we can help solve them. And just by a sheer statistical analysis, the smaller businesses will be the ones that get the most attention because there's more of them.
So, Mike, thank you for that presentation. I look forward to spending half a day with you, digging in this a lot deeper. But I like the direction that you guys are going in. I like the thought process. Realistically, because there are still so many unknowns as to the scope and depth of the type of economic damage that the virus is going to cause. I think the training is going to be key. I think the business retention is going to be key. And I think also a stronger partnership, if you will, between city, county, and the chamber, and looking at will there be businesses that have the vitality as we talk about how do we pull more businesses and more corporate headquarters here in Knoxville, and the corporate headquarters that we do have, what will that look like for them as it relates to potential job loss, layoffs, and their recovery efforts, which of course could be long-term. So when you talk about the training programs, will those training programs be offered there at the chamber building, or will there be satellite locations across the city that make it more convenient for people to be able to take advantage of those training programs?
I'm glad you asked that. So, for instance, to just give you an example, I'll answer your question with an example. One of the things that we are extremely focused on is increasing the number of folks within the skilled trades areas. So folks that have plumbers and electricians and HVAC technicians, and these are areas that desperately need a new generation of people to be in. TCAT has just launched an accelerated program in plumbing and pipe fitting, electrical, and they're doing it at their place because they just have the tools, they have instruction. It's on a bus route. It's pretty centrally located for a lot of folks right off the interstate. So those are the types of things that we're going to be looking for. We also know that we don't want to just do it in one location. We want to try to get those things out to other places. So we're looking also at accelerated software development, things that you don't need a 4-year degree or even a necessary 2-year degree to do, and you can do those in multiple locations. We want it to answer your question, long story long, is we want to bring the services to where the people that need them are, not to Market Square.
I appreciate that. And when you talk about the various trades, I don't know if you guys are in any conversations with the school board to be able to, on career days, pull some of those companies in so they can start talking to young people a lot sooner, so their minds can start thinking about these various career options and career paths, because there's a lot of money to be made for plumbers and electricians and a lot of pipe fitters, sheet metal workers, et cetera. And so I'm sure that's probably part of the strategy as well. We can talk more about it, but definitely want to keep that on the radar as well. And thank you. We appreciate you being here. Do we have any other questions or comments for Mike? Okay. Well, Mike, thank you so much.
Oh, no, thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon. Okay. Next, we have the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center. Is Jim Biggs with us?
I'm indeed.
Hey, hi, Jim. Thank you for joining us. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate that. And members of council, thank you for inviting us to join you today. For those of you I have not met, my name is Jim Biggs. I'm the Executive Director for the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center, and it is a pleasure to be here. So I thought I would just briefly share with you what KEC is and what we're doing. But I also want to make the most of your time. So if you have questions, if you want to jump in and just start asking away, please don't hesitate. And I guess I wanted to circle back to Stephanie's comment when she was talking about Visit Knoxville and about the zoo, and they're having to pivot. And I think it's an important point to make, because nobody that we work with right now is doing business as usual. Everyone has had to pivot, and many of those pivots were out of an existential need for their business. Some were actually new business opportunities that were created by this crisis. In either case, that is what entrepreneurs do. They innovate, they adapt, they are resilient. And it is why I'm confident in my belief that entrepreneurs will actually help lead us out of this crisis and to a recovery and a place where we are rebuilding our community and our economy. So I want to thank Stephanie for bringing that up. So as many of you know, the Entrepreneur Center was open to be a front door for entrepreneurs and a resource for anybody here who's looking to start or grow a business. And it's important to note that KEC was not started in a vacuum. This was intended to be and has always been a partnership with the city of Knoxville, with the county, with the state, with the chamber, with the university, with Oak Ridge National Lab, with other organizations that are involved in economic development, with local foundations, and most importantly, with the entrepreneurs of this community, because they are the ones that we are here to serve. And that collaborative spirit has really informed everything that we do at KEC. We are now just about 7 years old, actually just past our 7th birthday, about 3 weeks ago. And we continue to serve that front door mission, both here in Knoxville and actually in the 16 surrounding counties, based on a sort of fundamental belief that entrepreneurs add not only economic, but social capital to any community. In the time that we've been open, we have seen over 1,200 new entrepreneurs come through our door. We have had 86 companies that have gone through our flagship accelerator program. We have had 459 events. And if you do the math on that, that means about 65 per year, which starts to add up after a while. The entrepreneurs we've worked with have created over 350 jobs and have raised some $75 million in capital that we know about. City funding has been critical to those efforts. And so we are deeply grateful to Mayor O'Hara for her work, for City Council on an ongoing basis, and now to Mayor Kincannon for her support of KEC. The money that we get from the city allows us to leverage state funding, federal grants, and also to encourage sponsorship and partnership to enable us to continue operations. At this point, we're 4 full-time employees. We have 2 part-time, and then we have lots of dedicated volunteers and interns who come in and help support the work we do. And I'm being hazed by Mike as he walks out the door right now, so excuse me for laughing at him. For those of you who know KEC, the chamber is right upstairs from us, and as he comes down the stairs, he is rapping on our window. So thanks for that, Mike. So David Brace had asked me just to highlight a few of the initiatives that we work on. I think this is a good opportunity to underscore the highly collaborative nature of the work that we do. So real briefly, I'm just going to touch on a few things and then open it up for questions. Perhaps the most successful initiative we've been involved with in the last few years has been the Maker City. For those of you who are familiar with it, it's been a project that highlights and champions the work of makers in our community. They are a critical part, not just of our cultural, but our economic livelihood. And we are deeply grateful to the Mayor's Maker Council for the work that they've done to elevate the presence of makers in this community, and not just give them a voice, but to connect them with opportunities to thrive here. The second one I would mention is the Innovate 6.5 Alliance. And the Alliance is a partnership between KEC, the university, Oak Ridge National Lab, TVA, and a variety of private sector organizations that puts on events on an annual basis like Startup Day. And the city has been both a partner in that and a sponsor of that since its inception, and we're deeply grateful for their commitment there. The third is an organization that Patricia actually mentioned, the Knoxville Business Support Network. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a quick plug here, because KBSN is actually helping to organize an event on behalf of the city of Knoxville and the county that we're calling the Virtual Small Business Resource Fair. We are not good at naming things, but we are good at putting on events. And so the VSBRF is coming up next week. It's going to be on the 19th of May from 9 to 11. and it'll be hosted on a platform from a local entrepreneur here called Lunch Pool. We've got approximately 150 small businesses registered to come and sit down at virtual tables with experts from across a variety of agencies, organizations, and also from professional services that are in the private sector. So attorneys, accountants, lenders, and we're excited to be able to put people together in that environment. So if you're interested, feel free to join us next Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. One of the last things I'll mention is that we just launched an initiative in partnership with the Alliance for Better Nonprofits, the Chamber, the United Way, the Urban League, and Leadership Knoxville called Opportunity Knox. Right now it is just a website, but we envision it as a place where people can go to find community resources across sort of a broad spectrum of interests. So whether you're looking for help with your business, whether you're talking about job insecurity, whether you're talking about food insecurity, potentially housing insecurity, or whether you're looking to find stories of inspiration, we imagine Opportunity Knox as a place where we can share those connections and then push people out to the organizations and the resources that are focused on providing solutions to them. And the last one I'll mention is a program we do called Brand Camp, which is specifically focused on talent development and creating better young content creators in the community who can go out and work for organizations to help them become media savvy. And that's actually now a partnership with the University of Tennessee's College of Communications, where it is a part of the practicum. So we have on a rotating basis 4 to 6 interns who come in, go through our Brand Camp program, and are actually getting college credit for doing it. So it's been a great partnership for us and a way to continue to make sure Knoxville has the talent it needs to help our startups. So with that, I'd love to pause and see if there are any questions.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you for that. That was great, Jim.
Sure.
What do you see and in all of these different entrepreneurs and startups, what do you see as the biggest obstacles? I mean, be it securing a workforce, obviously funding, but just what do you kind of see with these startups as sort of some primary obstacles that's keeping them from launching?
Sure. So, I think Mike did a good job of articulating many of them, and I will echo some of his points. And this is consistent in just about every entrepreneurial community in the world. Access to capital, access to talent, and access to markets are really the drivers of success in a lot of ways. And in particular, they've been exacerbated by the recent COVID crisis. So for startups, access to capital has literally dried up overnight. Existing businesses are having some success getting the capital that they need, but there is no startup capital at this point. Talent may or may not come back at this point, and especially for businesses that rely heavily on in-person talent, things like restaurants and retail. They're very uncertain whether or not they're going to find a workforce when they get back up and running. And so they've had to be creative about how they access markets. And that is maybe one of the bright spots here that you're seeing, is that the resiliency of entrepreneurs has allowed them to move into things like online delivery, to curbside delivery, and to find new ways to serve the existing clients and maybe even bring in new customers. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it is. And kind of to parlay into that. So I was listening to a podcast not long ago and heard, a lot of people come up with a product or a service, and then they try and determine who their market is. And then, but others then look at the market and determine what the gaps are in products or services, and then try to develop something based on that. Just curious, what do you see kind of the growing industries in our community, but then also where do you see the opportunities or the gaps in certain industry?
Sure, yeah. So, and let me reflect on your earlier point, because it is very frequently something that we encounter. a friend of ours described it really well. He said, your solution is not my problem. And all too often people have done something that they feel like addresses a need, but they haven't done the work to actually identify a market or understand if there are customers out there for what it is that they think is the next great thing. And so our role here is really to help them flip that model and to go out and try and understand what the market looks like and if they're solving a problem for people. And if so, how do they then articulate that and get it into their hands? So I think you could look at it in two ways. One is that we have very robust institutions here who are creating incredible technology, a lot of intellectual property, and the commercialization opportunities are huge. So when you're talking about the lab, the university, to some extent, Y12 and TVA, there are tremendous opportunities to sort of work off of the subject matter expertise there. Advanced energy, composites, advanced manufacturing, 3D printing are all industries where we should have a tremendous advantage, especially for a community of our size. And there's a lot of great work going on with our partners at those institutions to try and make sure that that industry strength continues to attract opportunities. On the other end, you have things like the maker community, small-scale manufacturers who now have an opportunity to actually reach a global audience. And so things like our Etsy class are helping people who would ordinarily only be selling into a very small market actually reach out to the rest of the world. And you had great success stories like Matthew Cummings, who some of you may be familiar with, who does pretentious glass. At one point, Matthew was one of the top glass sellers in the entire world on the Etsy platform. So you have, sort of this broad spectrum of opportunity that we're seeing here based on some core strengths. And then I think you have the third thing is just sort of opportunistic stuff. One of the interesting things about Knoxville for me has always been that the breadth of our sort of industry is really remarkable. And so when you look at the success stories here, you're talking about some of the most successful media companies in the world, but then also the largest convenience store and service center provider in the country. You're talking about the largest movie chain provider in the country. You're talking about one of the top mobile home companies, medical devices. So, we have an incredible breadth of industry to draw on. And I think that's, for me, some of the fun of Knoxville is you really never know what the next thing's going to be.
Thank you.
Sure. Seema.
Hi. Okay. Hi, Jim. I am wondering once again, about very small businesses. When a person leaves their job to take a risk and go into business for themselves, become an entrepreneur, a lot of times they leave because they weren't making a living wage where they were, or enough that's worthy of their talent. So when people leave something more stable, what they also leave are benefits, lots of times insurance and retirement plans if they had that. I'm wondering if there is a resource to help with that when people go out on their own.
The short answer right now is no, unfortunately. The chamber had explored that for a while, and I think it's worth revisiting. But by and large, there are not either programs or organizations that have been able to aggregate enough of the people that they would need to be able to provide that kind of floor for them. And so, unfortunately, that is a gap right now, and a risk that people end up taking when they step out and go on their own.
I think that would be very helpful in if we're trying to promote entrepreneurship. So I don't know if you guys can get started in that, but that'd be nice. Thanks.
Absolutely happy to.
If I could, this is Lynn. If you get in response to the insurance issue, it's been looked at for a long time, but if we are a maker city, would there be, most of the time to do group insurance, you have to form some sort of association. So it might be an opportunity to look into creating a makers association that actually went beyond the city of Knoxville. That's just a thought, that could that be somehow incorporated for a makers association and be able to find a pool that would then be large enough that an insurer would want to look at us. That's just a thought.
And thank you for bringing that up, Lynn. I appreciate
I'm
it.
sure
That was
you've thought of it before, but
that was the conversation that the chamber started initially, and then we followed up with the same people who were looking at setting that up. One of the things that we found out from them was that even with the association, there's very little appetite when you're talking about almost exclusively sole proprietors.
True, the risk is too high.
And makers tend to be that by and large. And so
Yeah.
when we were trying to pull them into an association, we still had a barrier there of the type of business that they were bringing in, not being.
Well,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
will just say, as the Girl Scouts, we each are our own individual 501c3, and we are an association, but we cannot gather across the country and become one big company that somebody wants to look at. So the state insurance laws also have something to do with that.
They do, yeah.
Difficult.
But I think it's worth continuing to explore SEMA, because it is a barrier for people. And some of you may have seen this research. I apologize if I'm restating it, but entrepreneurship is on the decline. New business formation has actually been falling pretty steadily for the last, since the Great Recession. But even if you look back further, there's been a somewhat steady decline over the last 50 years. The flip side of that is that new businesses create almost all net new jobs. And so as we see a decline in entrepreneurship, the concern is that net job creation is probably going to decline as well. And to the extent that that continues to be a barrier for people going out and taking a chance on a new business, it's not going to help reverse that trend. So it's definitely something that we should continue to work on. It may require something at the federal level to address it, but certainly something that people are thinking about.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments for Mr. Biggs? Okay, if not, Jim, thank you so much. We really appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Thank you for your time and for the work that you guys are doing, and good luck with the rest of this.
Thank you. Okay, so everyone, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so this might be a good opportunity for us to take a break before we start in the next couple of items for the afternoon session. So if you will, let's all break and come back to the table at 3:45 for Visit Knoxville. Thank you. All right, team, we'll give it another minute. Looks like there's a few more people. We're waiting to come back from break. Okay, we are officially at 3:46, so we'll go ahead and jump right back in. Next, we have Visit Knoxville. We have Kim Bumpus with us. Hey, Kim, I'll go ahead and turn everything over to you now.
Sounds good. Thank y'all for having me. It looks like y'all have had a long day, so I will try to be very concise. Obviously, I do have good information to share, and then we obviously know the state of where we're at right now. But if you don't know me, I'm Kim Bumpus, president of Visit Knoxville. I think I do know everyone that's present here. We are 501c3 and we work for both the city and the county with 2 different contracts. We're on a fiscal year, so COVID-19 hit us right in mid-month of the last month of the 3rd quarter of our year. So with that, I'll kind of give you where we were at and the record we were on, and then I'll share with you some current stats of what tourism is going through right now. I'm sure you've read some of it, but I can give you some more real-time information. And of course, just stop me if you have any questions. And I am going to email each one of you after this with just the speaking points that I'm running through right now. And I'll also have some links to some different things on our website, including the Zoom backgrounds that you see me have right here, whereas I'm sitting on the sun sphere. It's very warm up here and it's quite nice. So it's summertime. With that said, we appreciate everything we get from the city of Knoxville. We're obviously getting a little less this year in the proposed budget, but I totally understand why, and we will make adjustments to still do the good work that we're doing, and we just appreciate all opportunities. From July to about March 14th, which March 14th was about the screeching halt for tourism, we had hosted over 36 site visits for potential business in the coming years. We had supported over 137 conventions and events that we had booked in previous years, and we also facilitated and partnered with about 30 festivals of different sizes from July of last year to March. We also had hosted Tier Pro Swim Series to Alpha Kappa Alpha. We were on the mark for a kind of a record 2020 Olympic year because we had USA Cycling, USA Softball, Tier Pro Swim. Obviously, all of that has varied, but 2021 is going to look really, really good if we can get past all of this. We had also hosted over 6 international journalists, so the uptick for leisure travel and international travel was up. Obviously, that has come to a halt as well. We had hosted Garth Brooks in partnership with the university. We had booked over 105 groups in this fiscal year for future years. And to be honest with you, we really had great success in a more sensitive way during the COVID-19 situation. We have stayed in contact with all of our groups, and we have solicited new groups, and we've done it in a way that wasn't overly aggressive. We did it more in a relationship way of, hey, how are you doing? How are y'all handling this? And we were very surprised that planners just wanted to talk. They wanted people, they wanted destinations to reach out to them, because a lot of destinations just went, I'm not going to call anyone, and adjusted differently in the moment. Whereas we kind of stayed on it, and we've built some great relationships and actually booked a lot of additional business, which obviously would be reported in our 4th quarter report. Just a pressing question that you probably have on your mind is like, what did COVID-19 do? And so just in a nutshell, we had to move or cancel over 43 convention events that were worth about $53 million to future years. We did not lose a soul. I mean, we're not going to get them in 2020, obviously, but all of that money has shifted into 21, 22, and 23. What we have found is a lot of events that we've really had to, it's really been a puzzle. So like any events that we were coming in 21 that canceled. 20 have moved to 22 for us. Our 20s have moved to 21 and 22, therefore pushing some people to 23. So we have been extremely busy moving business and trying to figure out how to make it all work. With that said, we have moved 20 events, conventions and sporting events from from March, April to, well, we had moved them into May and June, and now we've moved them into everything after August 1st. So we, in theory, from a group perspective, could have a very stellar rest of the year if the phase plan goes as such and those type of events are allowed to happen. We are very in the moment, and we do understand the health situation that we're going through. So we're active at the national and state level on what does group look like, because we obviously know mass gatherings of any nature will be the very last thing on the list to be addressed. And so we are pivoting with that every single moment, and we stay in contact with our planners, and we're very upfront with them, and they know that an August event could be subject to have to move again if and when we don't get a green light. So I just want to say that we're hopeful, but we're also very realistic, and we understand the situation that we're all going through. We're definitely starting to see some of the fall festivals cancel. Asian Fest just canceled. I'm in discussions with Wing Fest, which I've asked them to please not make that decision right now since they are in September. You know, let's see what the next month or two looks like, but people are starting to get a little nervous. And I think if you look at a lot of the data, and if any of you are like data hounds and you like that stuff, I have plenty I can share with you. So just contact me and I can shoot it over to you, because we have been compiling a lot of research. It's about 30% of the people don't necessarily want to get out. And so we're dealing with that. And when I say don't necessarily want to get out, that means they don't want to get in large crowds and or they don't want to travel. That number does shift daily though. So we track that with travel analysts and Adara and Arrivalists. So we're very much on top of it. As you probably could imagine, we suspended all of our marketing efforts from mid-March to all the way through this month. You will start to see some soft marketing across the entire state of Tennessee as it relates to outdoor activities in June. We have seen an uptick. Now, this is without marketing. Since May 1st, we have had huge jumps. And so to tell you what that looks like, in March, we thought we would be down probably 60%. We actually beat that average, and our occupancy in March was 43.7%, which was down 38.1% from March of the prior year. That was better than the national average, and that just shows you, though, that we were having a really healthy March. And so it kind of balanced. The rates have held all the way through. I mean, they're down about 14%. April will be devastating. I'm not going to lie. We will not get those numbers until probably a week from Friday. But we ran anywhere from 4 to 7% occupancy in the downtown market for the whole month of April. And perimeter properties did just a hair bit better because of some drive-in pass-through traffic. But we just don't know what all that will look like until we get the data. But we're anticipating about an 80% downturn in April. With that, that still would beat some of the national averages that they're putting out there. And then if you fast forward into May, we're back at a 20% occupancy rate, which is still very, very, very low, but with an average daily rate of $103, which is down about 45%. But with that said, those are big jumps just in 14 days. So I do think that as safety concerns are addressed and as travelers and visitors get more in tune with the new normal and wearing masks and doing what they're supposed to do when they get out and venture about, you will see those numbers bounce back pretty quick. People are itching to get in that 250-mile radius of their home. They don't want to go much further than that, or at least that's what the data is telling us. So we're just going slow and steady. And as Visit Knoxville, we're very much in partnership with this phased approach, and we're staying in line with it. And that means even making sure our hotels don't move too fast as it relates to meetings. You know, we've had some that want to have meetings more than 20 people right now, and we've said, no, you can't do that. It's 10 people or less in phase one. The hotels are very much in partnership with us. And I will tell you, and I was just on a state call a little bit ago, a lot of hotels in Memphis and Nashville and some other destinations had to close down. We didn't have any closed down. They ran low occupancies and they went to skeleton crews, but they did not have to close for the most part. Of course, you know, we have over 110 properties, so it does take a bit to keep up with all of them. Some other good news, because we could probably all use a little bit of that. USA Cycling obviously isn't happened this year, but we were able to negotiate an extra year out of them. And we all know that now 2021 will be an Olympic year. So we'll have a lot of excitement around that, and they'll be with us till 2022 and maybe longer after that. We are probably to the point as a destination where we would be okay if Pro Road started to bounce around a little and we just keep the crit. But those are the talks we're having, and 21 and 22 will still be very exciting. They don't even know what they're going to do this year. If they even do a Pro Road event, it would be piggybacked on a current event they already have, which just got canceled. So I'm not quite sure what they're going to do, but we stay in close contact with them. They had to furlough and let go most of their team. The Visit Knoxville Open, which the city of Knoxville was a partner to, and that was us revitalizing a part of the Corn Ferry Tour that leads into the PGA. We decided they really were thinking about wanting to push that into this fall, but we just want that event to be premier for both your partnership and the county's partnership, and just the rebranding of the opportunity to the Visit Knoxville Open. So that will be in May of 2021, which is a cost savings for all of us because y'all are our monetary partner. And so we're just shifting all of those funds, so there will be no additional requirements for any of us there. We did open the visitor center on this Monday with limited services, and we are probably getting about 20 visitors a day. About 50% of those are from out of town. So we're just facilitating those needs as we can. Film, film production has not slowed down. It's been altered a little, but there's still production out there. So we have been pretty active with the guidelines and still permitting a lot of different things, but we do have huge production that could come here in January, which I think will be very exciting to announce once we get closer to that. And it's got big names that I don't want to jinx ourselves and say them out loud, but it's kind of like, you know, how we had Burt Reynolds, and whether we like that movie or not, it was his swan song. So it'll be of that level. So, and then some other things that we're working on right now is obviously, you know, Hotel Knoxville is not coming back on the grid anytime soon. So even without COVID-19, we were going to have some challenges because the loss of that inventory is devastating to some of our citywides. So I have been entertaining a few investors that have come to town and trying to sell that property to them, that it's a great investment, but the numbers just don't work with that. So I'll be getting y'all more information on that, because I'm not quite sure what we do as a destination if we can't get that product back into the mix. Then the Holiday Inn, due to COVID, I think is going to step up its renovations and start basically at the end of the month. And that, in theory, could put them back online for group and bookings in October of 21, which would be really beneficial to all of us. We've already moved all the groups out of that product anyway, but they have not officially announced that. So I'm just kind of giving you that's the read on it right now, that is stop taking reservations after the end of this month. Hopefully we'll get an official announcement, but I do think that their ownership may be waiting on UT football to make a decision. Either which way that decision is, I still think it would probably be a light fall for them. So we'll just see how that plays out. And then I think Stephanie probably mentioned earlier, but we have been doing a lot of COVID-19 work, and in partnership with the chamber and Mike and the city and the county, we formed the KnoxvilleTogether.com page. We have signage on there for businesses if they need them. We have a new survey that's launching today, which will give us a lot of good data on how the community is feeling about the phased approach. We worked with both mayors to get that video on radio and on the website to kind of show the commitment and the teamwork. We're working with restaurants and hotels daily on whatever they want to promote. Obviously, you know that restaurants, when we did our call arounds, only about 30% of the key 200. We have over 900 restaurants, but that includes chains. So let's just go to like the 200-ish locally owned. Only about 30 or 40% opened up. Everyone else is staying with curbside and pickup through the end of this month, and some are phasing in based on PPE. So they're getting there, but they all seem to be in really good spirits despite the fact that we've experienced massive loss. And a lot of them obviously did have to lay off their folks. And I think Mike was talking about the workforce shortage and some of those challenges, and that is real. Some of the folks that were laid off and got into the system are having a bit of a challenge wanting to come back to work. So we're trying to work in partnership with the chamber as it relates to some of those conversations just for the tourism related industry. And then I've been assisting some with being a liaison with the health department on just explaining the phase plan to some of the different industry sectors, mostly just events. And then we've been working with the state on research marketing. And I also am on a statewide venue call where we're trying to build a plan of when venues can open and when live music and concerts could come back on the grid. What does that look like, and what is that new normal? And are there ways to have events like that without social distancing, yet people still be guarded and protected with the health? But we know that's way down the line. So people are just being proactive. And then a couple of resources that I will email you is obviously you can see everything I'm talking about right now on visitknoxville.com. That's the most up-to-date event calendar, including virtual events and COVID affected events. We also have the KnoxvilleTogether.com, which is really maybe just our COVID hub. It's got everything that you need, visitor or local. And then outside of that, you can access a lot of the data I just spouted off to you on visitknoxville.com under media and public notices. I will send you that link so that you don't have to search for it, but we always put up our quarterly summaries and dashboards that gives you real-time data from Smith Travel Research. It doesn't necessarily always tackle hotel motel tax collections in the moment because that runs a couple of months in the rears. So like even right now, I still don't even have March's numbers. So we're just projecting based off of what the hotels are reporting back to Smith Travel. So I know that's a lot of information, but that's where we're at. Tourism it's alive and it's kicking, and the state is very positive, but obviously we do understand the constraints in which we live in. So I will stop there and let y'all ask any questions that you might have.
So Kim, this is Gwen, and I know that you may have actually said this, and I was flipping through some pages, but based on the events, the number of events that have been canceled or pushed back to 2021, 2022, what does that economic impact look like from the totality perspective of the tourism dollars that would have gone into, of course, the hotels, the restaurants, etc. What just a rough estimate or guesstimate?
Of the events that we moved into future years, those events equated to about $53 million in economic impact. And the way we do economic impact, which I think it's healthy to state that out loud, is we use the national model from Destinations International. And so it takes into account our local tax rate, what people would spend in hotels, restaurants, shopping, and it spits out the number of a direct spending. It does not necessarily do the calculator like the old school economic impact formulas do, even though we do know that is a baseline. So that 53 million, Gwen, is probably conservative. But like I said, we did not lose any of that to another market. It will still come to Knoxville, but it just was supposed to fall in this calendar year. And then we still have saved 15 million of economic impact that could happen between August and December. And that's just groups that moved on top of all the other groups we have. So the whole value of the year, I don't have it in front of me, but I can get it to you, is much larger than those numbers.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any additional questions or comments for Kim?
So Kim, so far the furthest out cancellations right now, you said Asian Fest, isn't that usually in August?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now everything's in limbo for the fall. Okay.
I think that until the promoters know what the new normal looks like, I think that they will probably start thinking about this. I'm trying to hold some of them off for at least a month or two so that we can even help define what that normal looks like. But, you know, a lot of them are making their decisions now. And that's the biggest one that we've gotten word of.
Okay. All right.
Anyone else? Okay. Kim, thank you so much. Appreciate everything that you and your staff do. Know that we appreciate the work that you guys are doing just to kind of keep these people excited about booking and spending their time and their dollars in Knoxville whenever we get back to a safe space to be able to do that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. So next on the agenda, we have Knoxville's Community Development Corporation. We've got Ben Bentley with us. So Ben, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can everybody hear me okay? Wonderful. It's great to be with you. I guess easy for me to say. I've only been here 15 minutes so far, but I've got a PowerPoint. Will, if we could put that up. I'm not smart enough to just talk off the cuff, so I really need some support. And if you can go on and flip through to slide 2, that'd be great. So KCDC, I think most of you are familiar. I've had a lot of conversations about this in the past, but we have sort of 2 broad prongs to how we attack affordable housing in terms of trying to develop and create new housing opportunities for our residents. One of those is to identify locations that haven't traditionally had a large supply of affordable housing and invest in projects they're going to build in those areas. So, for example, we've been working with Elmington to do the project that just wrapped up, Southside Flats, right off Chapman Highway, very close to downtown on a transit corridor, so great access. Also, a recent project that just got underway, Moss Grove, which is 192 units. In Cedar Bluff. We looked at that zip code relative to our Section 8 voucher program and recognized that we had about 12 families that were leasing in that area. We didn't think it was because there was not demand for that zip code. We thought it was because there was not available housing. So we are investing in areas that traditionally haven't had that. So that's one part of our approach. The second piece is really what the 2 budget requests from KCDC are about, which are reinvesting in existing affordable housing communities to make sure that there is opportunity in the places where residents currently live. So this could be, of course, investment in housing, but also with focuses on health, neighborhood health, broadly defined, education, workforce development, connectivity, all of those things. So if we can flip to the next slide. So the major capital request that we're asking for is $4.5 million at Austin. This will support the construction of 400 units of affordable and workforce housing at that site. You can see the costs are broken down very broadly right there. The way that this works, I just wanted you all to have an idea of exactly what those costs were going to be, what they're going to pay for. The way this works is we actually we bill for these costs and then we're reimbursed from the city. So the numbers may not be exact; they may fluctuate a little bit, but that's generally what that infrastructure budget is going to get us. And right now, just to give a brief update of how that project is going, because any of these large scale affordable housing projects, you're cobbling together a lot of different federal funds. So for instance, the money that the city is going to put in relative to the 400 units is going to leverage about $80 million in additional resources to actually build out those units. So there's a lot of money that will be coming into our area to create this new housing. But just a brief overview, phase one is 105 units. We are aiming for a first week of July groundbreaking. I'm not sure exactly what a groundbreaking looks like in this context, but that'll be, as I mentioned, 105 units, and that matches what was laid out at our last community meeting. We're also working on phases 2 and 3 of that site, which is an additional, let's see, one phase is 83 units and another is 172. I know those are strange numbers. They're related to funding sources and how you structure those deals. But all in all, those 2 phases are right on the heels of the first 105 units. So we are in some point of the development process on 360 units at that site that will all serve either affordable or workforce housing. Just to reiterate, and I try to reiterate this every time I talk, but I don't always do a good job of it. We are 1-for-1 replacing the subsidized units that were on the site previously, and the residents that were on the site at the time that this process began will have a right to return. So just to reiterate those 2. Now, I'm sure there may be a lot of questions on that, and we can definitely address those, but Will, if you'll flip over to the next slide. So the second request is relative to Western Heights and Beaumont and a community planning process. I know you heard about some of this from Becky Wade's presentation earlier this morning. So there's a HUD Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant, which is actually worth up to $1.3 million that can be used for planning of, and it's not supposed to be just Western Heights, it's supposed to be the public housing site as well as the surrounding neighborhood. So it can be used for planning and anything that's deemed early action items that'll help in the future development of the site. So this could be land acquisition, it could be preliminary public infrastructure, things of that nature are very common. As I think Becky mentioned, normally the notice of funding availability would be out for that. Because of COVID-19, it hasn't come out yet. We expect it in the next month or 2. But these funds right here, the $500,000 will help support that effort and allow us to show leverage in our application that the city and the federal, I work for the Fed, so I can say this, they have a strange way of showing community support. It typically has to do with investment of money, although we all know there's a lot of other ways to show support. But this will help us in our application to be able to show that the city is bought into what we're trying to do there. This will be, if we're successful, I guess either way, but the $500,000 we would utilize, we would pursue a community planning and engagement process, which will focus on understanding the existing conditions at the site and looking at ways that we can offer additional opportunity through housing, education, workforce development, connectivity, all those things that I previously mentioned. So if we are successful on the $1.3 million HUD grant, that will expand our capacity to really be able to do the planning process. HUD's process lasts about a year. It's very involved and it does a really good job of creating a plan to invest in people, a plan to invest in the housing, and a plan to invest in the neighborhood. And ultimately, hopefully, what would happen out of the creation of that plan would be an application, a successful application for a Choice Neighborhoods implementation grant, which is worth a lot more money that really helps you do some of the housing construction, the neighborhood infrastructure, the social services, all of those things. So all of this is very competitive, but that's sort of the reason that we're coming to you with this request is, number one, we think that particular neighborhood that sits about 2 miles from downtown Knoxville has been neglected for a long time. Not only does our site, which is 70 plus acres, sit there, but you've also got Rural High School right up the hill. You also have some other large tracts of land that are underutilized. So there's a lot of opportunity to work with the community to try to figure out how we can make a difference there. So with that, I talked a little longer and faster than I wanted to, but I'll take any questions about this or anything else y'all like to ask.
I have a question.
Yes.
Since joining council, I've had residents of Montgomery Village call with concerns of flooding, stormwater systems not working too well, and there also seems to be some sewage issues, which I'm not sure if that's KCDC or if that's KUB. But when there are, concerns at one of KCDC's properties that could be, a threat to the public health and safety, is it given a greater priority, or when?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So that particular project at Montgomery Village that you were talking about was a sewer line that had become stopped up with the accumulation of, it was not me checking it, but what I'm told is that there were a lot of objects that over time had accumulated in a part of the sewer line. So that has been replaced. And it was an immediate, like we had people on the site the next day. Unfortunately, on some of those larger infrastructure projects, it was not the next day that it was corrected in terms of having that infrastructure in place. So I believe there was the need to on-site relocate a couple of families during that process, which is not ideal, but yes, those are absolutely emphasized.
But now you feel like it's complete and there's no need for capital funds for Montgomery Village?
So on the sewer piece, yes, that project was complete. There were some other water piping issues. Some important background. Up until about 2014, HUD would not allow us to be able to borrow money to be able to do capital needs. But the challenge with that is they also didn't provide us adequate capital funds to be able to do the work. So it was really problematic. In about 2014, they relaxed that, and now we are allowed to be able to borrow money to do some of these things. And that's why some of the renovations and also the new construction are able to happen. So we're in the process of upgrading some of the piping that goes into our units at Montgomery Village right now. That's not sewer, it's water into the unit, but that's a project that's currently ongoing.
Thank you.
I just was going to say, Mr. Bentley, you answered the question I was going to ask, which was specifically, did rural high school, was it going to be included in that? So I'm glad to hear that. I look forward to the day that something changes for that community and that property. So it's, if anybody ever wants to see the interior pics of how bad it was in 2013-14, I'm happy to share them with you. And I hope that we see some traction, and I'm glad that there's going to be a look at that and one more piece to getting it to move forward.
And just I'd love to add one thing to that. So we hope that rural high school, we think it would make sense for that to be a part of it. And obviously, ultimately, that's beyond our control, but that's an ask that we will make.
Had lots of conversation with then Mayor Burchett about it. And so, yeah, anyway, the community was really asking for traction on that for a long time. So.
Councilman Thomas?
Yes, I take it, Ben, that rural high school is still owned by the county. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Well, I would underline what Councilperson Ryder says. I really am excited about some attention over there in that district over there. And there's a lot of potential. And so we'll be there with you. So I look forward to seeing how we progress there. Thank you.
And I echo those comments. I would just please ask, because I know there is a very long history and affinity as relates to rural high school, that anything before decisions are made, that there are multiple opportunities for community engagement and input, because again, there's so many people that, you know, went to rural, there's family, generations of people who attended rural high school. And those of you who talk to people, you know, you understand that and you get it. And I just want to make sure that we set ourselves up all the way around for success by getting community input. Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions for Ben? So Ben, thank you. A lot of exciting housing development projects that's in the works or that are planned, and we certainly appreciate you and your team's efforts and collaboration.
Thank y'all so much for the support.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda is civil service. Do we have Vicki Hatfield with us?
We do. I can figure out what I'm doing. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know how to get there we go, my video. There we go. Hi, folks.
Okay. Hey, Vicki.
Hopefully this will be brief and maybe keep you ahead of schedule. I just have 3 items I wanted to mention. My budget's not usually terribly glamorous. One thing that I felt like I needed to bring to your attention, because it is unusual for civil service. Since 2005, when I became director, we have actually come in under budget every year, and based on my anticipation, I think we are going to be over budget this year due to legal expenses that we've incurred participating in the meetings and responding to documents and inquiries on the HR ordinance. Since what I would call our discretionary spend budget, what we can actually use, and that's for everything: office supplies, training, anything that we actually need to spend funds on, legal expenses, hearings. That's about $140,000. About $60,000 of that is earmarked for police testing, especially now that we're doing that twice a year. There's a significant cost to that, which leaves us with about 80 for everything else. And just since February, our legal expenses just on that one item have been over $67,000. So I think that is going to be a significant difference in our budget than anticipated. And those are in response to requests from the administration and from the board to Mike Winchester. So that's not necessarily something that is within my control. Boyce has been wonderful in working with us to address that, but I can't anticipate what those costs will be before the end of the fiscal year. And we just started processing. We have our workshops next week to begin processing 56 police recruits and cadets. And, a lot of those funds we've already used are the funds we would have been using for that. So I'm happy to answer any questions if I can. I just felt like it was something to bring to your attention because it is a little unusual for us. Okay, if not, the second thing I wanted to mention, just because it is something different for our budget, when Finance asked if we were going to have any personnel changes this year, we actually, I'm very sad to report, we actually have 3 extremely long tenured civil service employees that are on the drop, and they're actually retiring in the middle of this fiscal year. We have Carol Mailer, our office manager. She's been with us almost 42 years. We have Zephyr Porter, who is our hiring administrator, and she has been with us for just under 38 years. And Linda Copeland, our test administrator, who's been with us for 25 years. We have been working over the last year to cross-train staff. We're budgeted at 10. We actually have 11 people in our staff right now. Jim York placed a staff member from the finance department with us. We've been using her. She's a floating administrative tech, kind of a little bit of an unusual situation. We use her to send out to different departments that maybe have someone on extended leave. She works at CAT 1 day a week. And the agreement was that they would just place her with our department until we knew we had those individuals on the drop. And when those 3 actually did retire, we would then just use one of those positions to fund her permanently. So we are going to be doing that with one of those 3. The other 2, my thought and what I turned into finance as a plan for that is back in the, until the 90s, we had a position of an EEO officer. It is in the code, and it is a position that is assigned to the civil service staff. That was funded up through the 90s, and at some point in the 90s, it was unbudgeted. And at that point, the discussion was what to do with those functions because they have to be assigned to an appointed member of the civil service staff. They basically got rolled into the director position. Because we're going to have the ability to bring that position back without any additional funding, and because I think right now there's a great need for some additional attention to recruiting and our EEO functions, what I would like to do and what I've kind of turned into finance as a potential plan is to use those additional 2 positions, use a portion of that to use my currently vacant deputy director position to fill a position that would be a recruiter / EEO officer. I think this is a good time to put more emphasis and more focus on that, and we have a way to do that without increasing our budget. So, are there any questions on that? That's the plan, and that would probably be around December if we're able to do that. And the only other item I have for you guys is probably what I contribute the most to the budget process, and that is the class comp ordinance. Happy to answer any questions if you have any. There is one piece of that that is forthcoming. You may have seen it. I don't know if that has come to you yet, but I had a request that followed the first class comp ordinance. It didn't get in time for that, so I actually have submitted it as a standalone, but I wanted to draw your attention to it because I think it's a great request, and that is, so you'll see a new class comp ordinance, which is a little unusual. They're sort of overlapping. They're 2 different ordinances, but this additional one is coming before you next week, and that is to create a position of we're calling it a public safety recruit, and it's a placeholder position we're going to be able to use to help KPD when we're processing candidates. They've been selected. They've been given a conditional offer of employment, but we're putting them through those additional processes, the psychological, the medical, the drug testing, the background. They have a tendency sometimes to lose those candidates that don't currently have employment, and they're waiting while they go through this, what's about a 3-month process. And this is a way for KPD to make job offers and bring those folks on board to the police department, to have them getting a paycheck and not lose them to another employer while we're processing them. We find it unlikely that anybody with a current job that's going through our process would opt to do that, but obviously that would be a conversation between KPD and those candidates, but this would be open to candidates being processed that need immediate employment to kind of open that door up for KPD. And so you'll see that coming before you on Tuesday as sort of an extra piece of the class comp changes. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the class comp ordinance if you have any.
All right. Vicki, when you mean the class comp ordinance, you're talking about what's new on the agenda for next week?
The one that came to you for first reading. So we always submit that. Usually that comes with the budget ordinance, and you read that on first reading. At the last meeting, KPD made that additional request too late to get it in on that one. So you're going to see a weird little extra class comp ordinance all by itself that's going to come to you on first reading at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, there are no other questions. Oh, sure.
I do not have any questions. I just have a comment. I am getting to know the Civil Service Merit Board for the first time. I was not familiar with this body before, but I sat and watched the 4.5-hour meeting last night and was very impressed with all of the work that you all have been doing over the last couple of months, how thorough the conversation was. It was easy to follow along with, and I just wanted to thank you all for all of the work that you all have been doing. It's been a lot of work.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Hatfield? Okay, if not, Vicki, thank you so much for the work that you and your team do, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move ahead to Zoo Knoxville. Do we have Lisa New, Executive Director, with us?
You do, I'm here.
Okay, so Lisa, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the time to talk to you, and I'm glad to see that you guys are a little ahead of budget. I hope that you can, or ahead of your time frame. Hope you can get out a little early. I'm today with Sharon Moore, who's our Director of Development, and Tom Hadamillo, who is our Director of Finance and Administration. So they're joining me in the event we have extra questions or things afterwards. I appreciate the opportunity to review for you the impact that your appropriations gives to Zoo Knoxville that's provided for in our contract. Many of us had to go through a sort of a crash course in getting to know each other. So I hope today to be able to give you some positive information about the impact that Zoo Knoxville has on the community. Some you may be aware of and some that might surprise you. And I just want to say again that it's because of your support that we're able to look to the future with cautious optimism. I want to cover three main topics as we go through. One, just a brief overview with of who we are, our relationship and history with the city, and the impact of your support. So I did bring a couple of handouts to look at. So Will, I don't know if you could pull those up. Thank you. So not our usual presentation, much abbreviated, but I did just want to have a couple of things that I showed you. You know that strong cities have great attractions that serve as destinations, and we are proud to be Knoxville's most notable attraction. We are a 501c3 nonprofit charity. We're Knoxville's largest attraction, a top 15 attraction in the state. We are accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, and that is an honor that's earned by less than 10% of exhibitors, institutions licensed to exhibit animals. We contribute significantly to Knoxville's tourism economy. In 2019, our most recent calculation, I'm not quite ready for that, Will, but that's okay. In 2019, we used a calculation by the Tennessee Department of Tourism Development, and that shows that Zoo Knoxville brings in $28.5 million to the local economy. On average, half of our guests are tourists traveling more than 50 miles away. In 2019, that supported 455 local jobs, 210 Knoxville, Zoo Knoxville FTEs, and 245 in the tourism industry. This figure does not include hundreds of additional local jobs supported by capital building projects. We're internationally recognized as a conservation organization working globally and locally to save endangered species. We participate in 79 species survival plans, our hallmark programs being with Himalayan red pandas, Malagasy tortoises, and East Tennessee bog turtles here in our own backyard. We are a partner with UT College of Veterinary Medicine, training a significant number of the nation's exotic animal veterinarians. We are the largest education resource outside of schools, an innovative STEM education resource for Knoxville and East Tennessee. We provide field trip admission to 11,000 Knox County students and their required chaperones, totaling about a $66,000 gift. More than 49,000 youth participated in education programs delivered either at their school or here on zoo grounds. So you can go to the next slide, Will. We pride ourselves on being a good neighbor and corporate citizen. This slide that you see here is just showing some of our community accessibility and give backs in 2019. We're valued as a sense of pride for residents to show off to out-of-town visitors, and of course a place for them to come and play and learn. So I talked a little bit about the free admission for Knox County students and their chaperones. You'll notice also year-round free admission for active duty military, veterans, first responders, teachers. Again, we talked about education impact, but we have admission partnerships that serve marginalized community members listed there below. You'll see several of our partnerships there. And we do community fundraisers. We donate tickets to hundreds of local charities for their fundraisers, and premium experiences last year to 75 local charities for their galas, fundraisers, and auctions. We have give back days in November, $5 days, which couples as donation drives for the organizations you see there. That's Mission of Hope's largest donation drive. And then special events, the two most popular I've listed, again, accessibility nights for seniors, and then children with chronic or terminal illnesses with Children's Hospital. So for our relationship and history with the city, the zoo leases the property from the city of Knoxville. Knoxville Zoo is the nonprofit responsible for staffing, facility and grounds upkeep, and care and ownership of the animals. The city appropriation represents about 14% of Zoo Knoxville's revenue budgets. And as a comparison, nationwide, zoos receive an average of about 33% of their annual operating revenue from their municipality. You can go to the next slide, Will. To talk a little bit about our financials, in 2019, we brought in 11.1 million in revenue, and 86% of that revenue came from the gate, our guests, gifts, and grants. 14% municipal support from the city. So again, the 86% of the revenue that we generate is essentially self-funded. If you'll go to the expense slide, Will, the next one. In 2019, our expenses were roughly 10.8 million. We are a service industry, and personnel is our largest expense at 51%. As a comparison, zoos average about 60% personnel in comparison. I want to point out utilities, which is right there, the bar beside personnel. Last year, that was $661,000, or 5.6% of our expenses. And I'm really proud of that because when I got the job in 2013, that utility payment was well over $1 million. And that reduction has been through an investment in infrastructure, establishment of recirculating ponds, and just a real concentrated effort in water reduction. Often people ask me why our animal expenses are so low, and so you'll see that right next to the personnel expenses in purple. That's 4.5%. And that is specifically our veterinary care, our food, and any expenses that are attributable to moving animals from zoos to zoo across the country. By and large, the greatest expense of our animal care is absorbed in our personnel costs, the keepers who take care of the animals. We are have been successful in continually improving the zoo, and more importantly, in being good stewards of this asset to the community. If you'll look at the next slide, Will, this shows what's been going on at the zoo since 2008. I got the job mid-year in 2013, but I've been here many years as an animal keeper and researcher, and worked my way up to that position. But what I wanted to show you is just the net income of Zoo Knoxville over the past 11 years. Since 2014, our revenue has grown by 15%. Our attendance has grown by 30% or over 100,000 guests annually. I mentioned utility savings at 31%. And we've been investing this revenue growth and savings, digging out of a $2 million deficit, building a financial reserve, increasing staff pay rates to a living wage, an investment of over $1 million the past 3 years, improving infrastructure and deferred maintenance on an aging facility, and specifically sewer lines, paving, primary electric upgrades, fiber optics and telecommunication enhancements, transformer replacements, stormwater management, all assets of the city. And any other year, I would say that your appropriations would help us to and be critical to execute tourism marketing that directly impacts our economy, to help us upkeep the grounds, to stay competitive as a tourist draw, and to help with our STEM and education programming. But we know that this isn't any other year. This year, the city's appropriations critical to our survival, to meeting just our basic necessities. Funding from the city, I believe since we last talked, we received the Paycheck Protection Program, and our donors, the funding from the county as well, has all allowed us to continue operating while we're closed. We have been closed to the public for 61 days. We opened by invitation only just yesterday. And we face at least 80 days operating at greatly reduced capacity. So you may recall when we met earlier in the year, we were losing an average of about $22,500 for every day we were closed. So currently we're running our financial projections for the future and working on strategy to impact the revenue we lost on being closed. Even under best case scenarios, like most businesses, we're going to struggle this year. So to help address that, our board has developed 4 ad hoc committees that are meeting each week with the zoo's leadership team to mitigate the impact of our closure. So specifically, we have the guest revenue committee, which is dealing with all aspects of getting the gate open safely, following the guidelines set forth by the city and county task force, and looking at projections as we ramp up with the city's phasing guidelines. We have a special events committee that's looking at opportunities to use our campus great in more hours of the day, and that again meet gathering guidelines but allow us to generate revenue. We have a special funding ad hoc committee that's looking at creative ways, including foundations and grants. And then finally, cost savings committee, which speaks for itself, to be sure that we're operating efficiently. So just wanted to let you know that all of these are working. We're working very hard to be sure that we close the year strongly, and the city's appropriation is really critical to helping the zoo sustain itself. That's all I have, unless you have questions.
Lisa?
Yes.
What are the current plans? I think I saw something about when you guys plan to try and open. What is that looking like? What are the discussions right now?
Well, we will open to the general public on Monday. We opened yesterday, and through the weekend, we are open by invitation only to our donors that contributed to the Emergency Animal Relief Fund, our annual pass holders, and Circle of Friends members. So we did that as an opportunity to slowly ramp up and test our safety procedures. So the first day, yesterday, we had sales capped. It's online reservation only, and that's so that we can have timed entry. So yesterday we capped that at 600, about 100 people an hour. Today we ramped that up to 900. We haven't filled all those spots yet. And then ultimately through the rest of phase 1, we would be looking at a capacity of about 1,200 people at any one time. So there's a whole lot going on at the zoo to make sure that people are not gathering, to be sure that they're physically distancing appropriately, and that we're keeping our staff as well as guests safe. So the timed entry is a way to control guest flow. And then also we have essentially a one-way path through the zoo, lots of markings, social distancing markings on the floor. All of our indoor facilities, except for one, is closed and it's a pass-through. All high touch points have been removed for temptations of children. Playgrounds are closed, but we have a lot of individual play spaces at the zoo. Those have been cordoned off or removed to remove temptation. A 5-year-old doesn't understand a sign that says they can't play on something when they always have. So if we could remove it, we did. And so again, we're just slowly ramping up. Right now, these aren't paid guests, but it is allowing us to perfect our system and be ready to roll. So we'll send a press release out probably in the morning, advertising that we are open to the general public. And again, doing that later than we would like with the city's phased reopening, but we had downsized our staff considerably, and we had to also secure necessary sanitation items and things like that to be safe for the public.
So you said your timed entry, you're limiting to 1,200 guests a day, is that?
Essentially, yes, that's what it is. We have it set at 1,200 a day. It's about 150 to 200 per hour. And again, we can ramp up from that if we see that people are able to physically distance themselves appropriately. We have 54 acres, so we have a lot of room to spread out. But we just want to be sure that people are being personally responsible and doing that, and that we're not going to be at a capacity situation that would make that less than ideal.
So just as a reference point, what was normal pre-pandemic without a time entry?
A normal weekend day for us, a good busy Saturday that's not where lines aren't backed out the door, but it feels good, is about 3,500 to 4,000 people. So we looked at about a 35% capacity of the park. And we're also monitoring exit traffic, so much like you see in the stores, because we really want to see, well, we let 1,200 people in today, but how many were here at any given time, so that we can again sense how we're doing from a capacity standpoint, if we could possibly move that number up, or if we need to tailor it back down. We've also, again, this is a passive use only experience. Our guests, at least the past 2 days, have been very accepting of that, but we are not doing any shows or demonstrations or anything that would encourage guests to gather during this time frame.
Okay. And just really quickly, personally, so you've sent notices out to Circle of Friends members?
Yes, you should have received an email invitation.
No, so I'll follow up right now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Sharon's on, so she is over our Circle program. She can check.
I'm emailing her. I got it pulled up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments for Ms. New? Okay, if not, Lisa, thank you very much for your time and appreciate all the work that you and the staff do to provide a wonderful place of family entertainment for our city. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate all of your time too, and all your help through this for the community. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Will, I know that we're about 11 minutes ahead of schedule. Do we already have some folks that are dialed in that signed up for public forum that we could go ahead and go into public forum?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have 3 persons who are in the pool, and we can go ahead and call on one of them.
Okay, so I would ask if all council members, if we would keep our phones on mute during public forum. This again would be the same cadence that we have at our regular city council meetings, where members of the public, our constituents, have the opportunity to give comments to us regarding the budget process. And I also, before we start, I want to go ahead and thank everyone who has signed up for public forum. I would like to ask, because potentially we're going to have, I think, at least maybe 8 or 9 people that have signed up. Is that correct, Mr. Johnson?
We presently have 10. The list will be closed at 5:15. So presently we have 10.
Okay. So what we will ask for everyone who has signed up for public forum, if you would please, again, be mindful of the time. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Mr. Johnson will let you know when you're at the 1 minute mark. We would ask that everyone would please be respectful in your comments. Again, no profanity. We will, moving forward, if someone does use profanity, we will mute you and ask you to refrain from such language. But again, I want to take this opportunity to thank council for your time and attention today, and all the departments, the mayor and deputy chiefs that have reported to us today. And we will now go ahead and start with public forum.
Okay, our first speaker who is present is Matthew Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, I will enable you to speak. If you will please give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you for the time. Again, my name is Matthew Kellogg. My address is 6110 Burnett Creek Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37920. And I'd like to say thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm Matthew Kellogg with the Appalachian Mountain Bike Club. I am the executive director of the Appalachian Mountain Bike Club. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with AMBC, we are a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to promoting sustainable trail access for cyclists and to maintaining trails on which mountain bikers and other groups rely upon. AMBC supports the conservation of open space and is committed to educating mountain bikers to ride responsibly in order to protect the natural environment, in addition to the experience of other trail users. Knoxville's urban wilderness is often described as 1,000 acres of green space just minutes from downtown. And while that is true, it's really not that easy to package the urban wilderness in one statement. And the pieces, parts that make up the urban wilderness are so much larger than any one of the organizations that contributes to it. So this afternoon, I'd just like to give a brief crash course on the urban wilderness. First, I'll talk about the landowners and land managers, those people that we consider to be vital partners of the Urban Wilderness Project. We've got nonprofit groups such as IAMS Nature Center and temporary landowners like the Legacy Parks Foundation. We also have private landowners within this, lands managed by the Aslan Foundation. And less known would be the fact that the urban wilderness actually resides on more than 28 parcels of property that are privately owned. Individuals that have given agreements to AMBC to manage trail on their property, creating vital neighborhood connections and expanding the network of trails. Lastly would be government entities. And of course, we've got the state of Tennessee. We have the city of Knoxville and Knox County that also has land that is within the urban wilderness. I'll shed some light on what the urban wilderness is to AMBC. AMBC has facilitated much of the trail building and maintains the multi-use trails and bike park features within the urban wilderness. The urban wilderness has over 35 miles of natural surface trails. Majority of that network, 93% of those are multi-use trails. So those are trails for all user groups, whether that be walkers, riders, runners, etc. The remaining 7% are mountain bike specific. The urban wilderness is comprised of over a dozen trailheads with parking lots, and it has an additional 16 neighborhood entry points. These are small trailheads without parking that give families and neighborhood residents an easy access into that growing network of trails. The urban wilderness is a bright spot on the national mountain biking map due to efforts of stakeholders and volunteers. Volunteers from AMBC log more than 2,000 hours annually with upkeep and maintenance, keeping the trail system in top shape for not only our residents, but also the visitors that rely on having a quality experience when they come to Knoxville. Beyond trails, the urban wilderness includes opportunities for boating, climbing, birding, fishing, hunting, and more. And in light of the recent pandemic, we have found that usage in the urban wilderness is on the uptick.
Mr. Kellogg, you have 1 minute left.
Perfect. We see that people are keeping their stress in check by utilizing the outdoor environment as to their advantage. The core of the urban wilderness is situated across the river from downtown, but the vision for the system looks much different. We're excited to see the potential to connect to Morningside Park, to I.C. King Park, to areas further south and east. And I would say the city has wisely invested in the urban wilderness, most recently with the commitment to build the Gateway Park. It's our opinion that the city should continue to support the urban wilderness and the alliance of stakeholders that drive projects forward by leveraging public funds and private dollars with grants. The urban wilderness is a treasure tucked away, utilizing underutilized parcels in the city. Once those parcels are developed as recreational assets, they act as economic generators. And we find that there are many adventures that await us out our back door. And I appreciate your time this evening and in your support of the urban wilderness in the past and the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kellogg. Our next speaker will be Dr. Bruce Spangler. Dr. Spangler, if you would please give us your name and address, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Here, Bruce Spangler, 511 North Broadway. I just wanted to take just a couple of moments to say that I am grateful and thankful to the city of Knoxville. If there is a budget is more than just a financial document, it's a moral document. And I'm delighted to be part of a community that is supportive, as well as looking at best practices to assist those who are most vulnerable in our community. So I simply wanted to relay that to each and every one of you. Also, I'd like to share with you, we'll be coming before you probably the middle of June. We just received word that we have been approved for the 9% low-income tax credits for the development at 1501 East Fifth Avenue, as well as we've been approved by the Planning Commission, and it was 11-0 vote in favor of that project. So we look forward to developing 48 units over there. But most importantly, I just wanted to pause from my schedule to thank each and every one of you. I am grateful to be in a partner with the city of Knoxville and appreciate your leadership. I appreciate your dedication, and I appreciate your servanthood. So I just wanted to take time to do that. And that's all I wanted to say, my friends.
Thank you, Dr. Spangler.
Sure.
Our next speaker who's present is Dr. Nicole Chandler. Dr. Chandler, I'm going to enable you to speak. If you'll please give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Greetings, councilmen and councilwomen members. I am Dr. Nicole Chandler, Executive Director of the Change Center, and thank you for this opportunity to share. I want to first say thank you to the City of Knoxville for their investment into the Change Center. The Change Center was developed specifically to provide a safe place in the center of our community for teenagers and young adults. The mission of the Change Center is to create a center city space where teens and young adults are valued, safe, and their hope is nurtured by providing a strategically located partnership facility that makes recreation, leadership development, and job opportunities available. This 22,000 square foot facility includes a roller skating rink, a rock climbing wall, video games, a movie wall, 2 classrooms, and a birthday party room. The facility also serves as an event venue for banquets, concerts, and other special events with our state-of-the-art sound system, lighting system, and a portable stage. Since opening in December of 2018, the Chain Center has provided recreation and family-friendly entertainment for 31,810 guests. We are a safe place for teens on Saturday night, and we have seen 4,326 teens on Saturdays from December 2018 to December of 2019. We have hired 47 teenagers from area high schools and colleges. They have worked 7,817 hours, and they earned $86,255. More importantly, Knoxville Police Department Crime Analysis Division reports that criminal activity in the 37915 zip code has decreased since the opening of the Chain Center. In addition, the Chain Center also has provided 104 birthday parties, 42 field trips, 40 special events for state and local agencies, 28 meetings held in our classrooms, and a middle school prom. Since the COVID-19 pandemic has happened, we have had to close our doors for regular business, but we've been able to find creative ways to still serve our families and our community. Through community sponsors and donors, we have provided 1,530 hot meals to date to families through our grab and go meals. This meal consists of a slice of pizza, a cookie, a bag of chips, and a drink. In partnership with Great Schools Partnership and Second Harvest Food Bank, the Chain Center has served as a packing site for supplemental meals for students in Knox County schools. Through volunteers and staff, we have bagged 6,305 meals. We also served as a distribution site for school resource packets for Knox County schools, a pickup site for small business sanitation kits, and partnered with Dogwood Arts to provide art kits for kids and teens. Thank you again, and I am hopeful that the city will continue to invest in the Chain Center as we remain vigilant in our mission to encourage hope, empower young people, and make our community safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandler. I had your address from your email, Harriet Tubman Street. Is that accurate?
203 Harriet Tubman Street, 37915.
Thank you. Next, next we have Michelle Brown. Ms. Brown, I will enable you to speak. If you will please give us your name and address. You'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Michelle Brown. I reside at 4407 Dogwood Lane here in Knoxville, 37919. I'm really excited about the opportunity to speak, and I would echo some of our previous participants who point to the budget and our gratitude for the hard work you're doing in a public health emergency, and also for the ways in which many of you have served to excite me. There's a lot of energy and a lot of energy around change at the level of City Council. You've inspired me to be bold in my own thinking. And that's in part why I'm here tonight. I wanted to briefly point to some of my own experiences in relationship to the budget as not only a concerned citizen, but as a criminologist at the University of Tennessee, and someone who also has worked with organizers and incarcerated people and their families for over 15 years. I'm also affiliated with Face to Face Knox, which in non-pandemic times is trying to bring in-person visits back to Knox County Jail, and currently trying to support families who are struggling to maintain contact with their loved ones. All of that said, I'm a proud first-generation college student from a small rural town where many of my family were either incarcerated or working in some form of law enforcement. The system's so extensive, it touches all of our lives. And that marks my career and why I do what I do. My research comes out of this unprecedented expansion of the system through mass incarceration. It's what I've spent my time studying, and I wanted to speak to the relationship of that work to city budgets and labor transformations that we've witnessed across the last few decades. So I wanted to give you a snapshot really quickly of that research and then tell you what I'm really committed to working with you toward. First off, more than 80% of criminal justice employees work in some kind of policing operation. And I'm happy to provide all sorts of resources and data on this, should anyone be interested. In fact, criminal justice employees outnumber teachers, primary care physicians, and social workers in the United States. We estimate that 1 out of 5 employees in the US participate in some form of guard labor, either guarding people or protecting property. And this has all occurred, the conundrum for criminologists is, at a time when crime rates for the most part were decreasing and historically low. My colleagues around the world who study this argue that criminal justice, and in particular police and jails, have become the singular answer, not just to crime, but to all of our social problems. It's something that they tell me they were never trained for. And one foundational lesson I think many of us are familiar with now is that people call the police for all kinds of reasons, many of which in fact are not crime related. So there's a lot of reason to maybe point to why we would shift our budget into other kinds of directions. I would argue not to take it just from us as experts, though, take it from the community members who are directly impacted by this. We know as criminologists that arrest records and incarceration reduce the life chances and life odds, not simply of those who are in the system, but those who love them, their parents, their children, and their loved ones. So much so that criminologists point to a lot of our criminal justice response as a public health problem of its own. And don't just take it from criminologists or even targeted communities. The research on victims that we have, victim survivors consistently tell us, and these are victims who've suffered violence, tell us that they prefer increased investment in education, job creation, social services, mental health treatment, drug treatment, and shorter sentences over police and prisons. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit tonight about why, again, a budget is a moral document, and we're at a turning point now worldwide. I'm here to ask for myself, for my children, for all of Knoxville, that we reduce the footprint of mass incarceration in the system. In most cities, local budgets for police, jails amount to 2 to 3 times what is spent on social services and community development.
Ms. Brown, you have 45 seconds left.
Thank you. I would love to see us redirect that, some of that at least, to the profession's social services and organizations that are trained and have the experience and life experience for first response for our homeless, our substance users, our mentally ill, our poor and underemployed. It would in fact be a way in which we could all do something that I think is really important, and that's be accountable to safety, not just the police. It reduces our singular and vast budgetary reliance and burden that we place on them by positioning us all in a place to help produce safe and flourishing lives. So again, thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to provide any additional materials and would love to be a resource for you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. The next we have Mr. John Scheffner. I believe I've located you, Mr. Scheffner. I'll allow you to speak. If you'll please give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak.
My name is John Scheffner. I live at 2205 Woodson Drive, 37920. As it turns out, I am also a professor in the Department of Sociology at UTK. One of my fields is political economy, in which I've worked for over 30 years. During that time, I've done extensive research in global and national austerity, and that is the topic of my latest book. I'm speaking out today in favor of higher raises for most city workers, especially those making under $75,000 a year. Why do workers need more than the mandated and allotted 2.5% that most are being given? There are lots of reasons. First, in the last 2 decades, inflation has exceeded 2.5% 11 years, effectively wiping out any raises at that rate. This is especially problematic for workers under the $75,000 level. As you all realize, we are in a period of crisis. The proper function of government is to spend money to increase living standards and address needs of working people during times of economic crisis, and not rely on a spending doctrine that prioritizes only saving money. It makes no sense to tout the ongoing low property tax rates within the city while paying many workers beginning at only $25,000. In fact, for those low-wage workers, their daily economic lives are defined by ongoing crisis. The city suggests it wants to be a competitive employer, but that requires better pay for its workers, both in the current crisis and in the unrelenting crisis of worker households. Minimizing city expenditures for workers is part of the wrong-headed focus on austerity budgets that is shared across the country. Austerity budgets diminish government expenditures, cut or keep taxes artificially low, and diminish essential services, including but not limited to healthcare, education, and housing. The reduction of pay to government workers is always a part of austerity budgets, and we should make no mistake, raises that consistently fail to surpass levels of inflation are in fact pay cuts. In addition to austerity budgets diminishing the quality of life for government workers and consumers of government services, they are part of a transfer of wealth to the wealthy. One of the more insidious elements of austerity budgets are the ways that cities, counties, and states increasingly cover the costs of private businesses who are often seeking to relocate and in effect blackmail governments for money to convince them to stay or to newly enter. This threat and the subsequent threat of job loss pushes governments to pay businesses through tax incentive financing and tax exemptions, supplying infrastructure that private businesses previously paid for, offering outright cash grants, and providing low-cost loan guarantees. These kinds of expenditures limit government's economic ability to provide for citizen well-being. Knoxville and Tennessee have succumbed to these pressures. The Regal Cinema offices prove how silly such efforts get, as Regal was enticed from all of 14 miles away as a signature achievement of the South Waterfront project. These expenditures are notoriously hard to trace, but Tennessee spent in 3 years $1.58 billion per year, which equates to $249 per citizen and 14 cents of every state budget dollar on incentivizing businesses to stay or relocate.
Mr. Scheffner, you have 50 seconds left.
The Institute for Tax and Economic Policy and the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities finds that money spent in this way limits the capacity to address citizen needs. In fact, such spending usually fails to guarantee that corporations stay in place, and the jobs provided are usually fewer, less secure, and often lower paid than expected. Pay increases then can come from an increase in property taxes. The decrease in tax rates that the city has shown over time make it clear they can also be increased. Business taxes can also be increased, and all development incentive expenditures should be halted in order to stop the race to the bottom where governments pay more and more of their budgets to businesses. All of this will save or generate resources that can provide more money for higher raises for the workers in city government.
Thank you, Mr. Scheffner. The next we have I'm going to go back to some people who weren't in the pool earlier. Is Felicia Utsi in the pool? Okay, someone is raising their hand. I've enabled you to speak. If you'll please give us your name and address.
Yes, this is Felicia Usi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, my address is 1309 Harmouth Lane.
Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak on the matter. I do want to I want to say thank you for all of the funding that has been allotted towards underserved communities. But still, I guess I'm speaking on behalf of those individuals who okay, they don't just live in the area, but they work in the area. I guess what I was probably alluding to was, I know there has been funding given to entities like the Change Center, and where that is all well, that's great. I know there's been money given towards programs that services the youth in the community, like the Boys and Girls Club, and different programs like that. But being that I have worked and lived in this community for over 10 years, I have yet to see a lot of funding being directly given towards the programming that's either directly ran by the citizens or directly benefits the citizens that are living in these communities, these underserved communities. So I guess to a little bit more about, I have a program called Love is the Answer Community Showcase, but it's a part of Divine Urban Expressions. It's an arts program, but it's so many of us. It's not just myself. We have Miss Jackie Holloway, who does a program called Campus Could Do Miracles. And then there's a creative community arts. So I'm just to name a few. There are programs in the community that do not receive any funding, but those are the programs that actually reach out and help to empower community members to not only thrive, but to be empowered to give back to their communities. So I would like to see more funding being allocated towards those entities that are actually, what I would say, on the front line doing the work. So we do have a lot of poverty, a lot of crime in our areas, but I think it's because there is a lack of funding being directly allocated to help to foster or help those entities. Then there are more programs that feed the homeless, like the Avenue. But I guess what I'm just trying to say is that I being a citizen and living in the East Knoxville community, I would love to see the funding that I think I've heard a lot of politicians when they're running talk about doing what they can to help to empower the community members and give back to the community, but I seldom see that. One such thing, I guess for me, I would think that a more productive way of doing that is to have buildings that are blighted, to actually make those buildings, to fix those buildings up so that those entities that I am speaking of that are that may be unable to go out and get loans to help buy a building, but if those individuals were just assisted with a space, then they could actually do more. I think the problem happens, like the Literacy Imperative Center is one of the buildings, one of those entities that I speak of that is no longer in existence. But what their problem was that they did a lot of funding and a lot of programs in the community that were underfunded because most of their programs were offered for free.
Ms. Utsi, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so those who can hear me, I just beg that when you consider the budget, that you please, if there's anyone that's seeking funding towards helping to incubate businesses for inner city Black businesses, we just need more help in that area. If you expect us to thrive, we just need more help. So thank you for listening. I'm sure there's somebody out there that needs help with a building. So that's all I can speak on, but thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Utsi. Is Miss Deborah Ingram in the pool? I have at least one person who's telephoned in. If that's Miss Ingram, if you could hit *9 on your telephone, that will raise your hand and we will know you're here. Someone is raising their hand.
Good afternoon. This is Deborah Ingram.
Yes, if you'll please give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My address is 3919 Porter Avenue. I just would like to express how I feel like the budget has missed East Knoxville and specifically Burlington as a whole in a very long time. I am a native resident of Knoxville, Tennessee, born and raised in the Burlington area. Most of all of my family lives here in the Burlington area and has been for generations. Growing up in East Knoxville and realizing what it is today, and I also work in East Knoxville, so I have the luxury of being very close to my home and my community. However, I feel like growing up in this neighborhood and leaving to go to college and try to excel and come back and to see that nothing has happened to this neighborhood shows that there has not been not a piece of investment. There may have been investment on paper. However, the community is lacking funds in numerous areas. Just to elaborate more on what Ms. Otzi was speaking of, that I'm also passionate about, we are not getting the funding to help business owners create profitable business in decent buildings that can function safely and in a healthy environment for those that they serve. We're also just not getting funding at all for things that actually matter. We have an actual food desert in East Knoxville, and all we see right now is people working on the road at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, starting very early in that morning. So that's a nuisance. But we also see 2 grocery stores. There's not much access to healthy foods that are affordable. And as food cost is rising, that puts a burden on the Black neighborhood. So I just wanted to say that I think the budget that I see has many failures that are not going to address all of Knoxville. We are essentially the heart of Knoxville because there are a lot of locations around us that have many things that everyone has to come over to this area and enjoy: the fair, the zoo, so on and so forth, car shows. But we would like to be heard and addressed so that we can try to fix our neighborhood within our neighborhood. There needs to be some type of grant funding to help those businesses or organizations, especially the organizations that are nonprofits, excel. They can't excel beyond anything unless there's funding that's not cut off by some imaginary line that we didn't fit into the profile for. We are the most needed demographic in the city, and we need to be heard and we need to be considered because we too pay taxes, and our families and generations of our families have paid taxes into this city. However, we have not got any reciprocity as far as building our district or building our neighborhoods into what could be better neighborhoods and safer environments for our families. I appreciate your all's time, and I really thank everyone for coming out and having time to speak on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. David Webb is going to be next. Mr. Webb, I have enabled you to speak. If you'll please give us your name and address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is David Webb. I live at 1804 Trotter Avenue. I'm speaking in protest to India Kincannon's proposed budget and the enormous funds it allocates to police. About $60.7 million, or 18.3% of the budget, the largest sum allocated to any department. That's a $1.2 million increase from last year when police were already receiving the largest sum allocated to any department. This is what India Kincannon proposes, even as KPD officers work to destroy homeless camps citywide amidst a pandemic, funneling already displaced and vulnerable people into indoor shelters where disease can spread quickly and violently due to close quarters. Amidst a housing crisis, India Kincannon proposes to allocate $60.7 million to police so they can bust up homeless camps, while community development gets less than a third of that amount. All of this money going to a police force headed by KPD Chief Eve Thomas, who just recently was exposed for her mishandling of numerous claims of sexual misconduct within the force. That's the same Eve Thomas who was reprimanded in 2015 for overlooking dashcam video showing a homeless person being beat nearly to death by several KPD officers. All of this money is going to a police force that is known for racial profiling and excessive use of force, and that is not directly accountable to the public. These 3 points were made clear in 2017 when off-duty KPD officer Matthew Janish held Tanya Jameson, a Black woman, at gunpoint for stealing a truck she had just purchased and shown receipts and registration for. When the Police Advisory and Review Committee investigated the incident and found that Janish had used excessive force, which appeared racially motivated, nothing was done because the Police Advisory and Review Committee can only make recommendations to the KPD, who have zero obligation to follow through. Nominal accountability is not accountability, just like the nominal change from slave patrol to police force during Reconstruction didn't end the legalized murder of Black people by whites in America. This proposed increase to the police budget feels profane, considering the public outcry surrounding recent murders of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor by police officers, only the latest casualties in a long history of police brutality. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at the tone deafness of the mayor who thought a tank was an appropriate parade vehicle. Ahmaud Arbery's life matters. Breonna Taylor's life matters. Black lives matter, but that point is missed by India Kincannon. In the budget overview, India Kincannon says, quote, "First, the budget serves as the legal authority for the city to spend funds. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, the budget reflects the values of our city and serves as a guide for how we will advance and deliver on our key priorities," end quote. What values and key priorities are we reflecting when we continue finding ways to funnel more money to this violently racist and classist police force amid public outcry? Kincannon says this is for community safety, but Black and brown communities and poor communities have said time and again that police make their communities unsafe. So, if we are to believe Kincannon's eloquently worded statements in the budget overview, then our mayor is telling us that she either thinks these people don't know their own communities as well as she does, or she is telling us that these communities' safety are not part of her set of values and key priorities that she's hoping to reflect in her budget. The time for ending the institutionalized brutalization of Black, brown, and poor communities is long overdue. And going forward with India Kincannon's proposed funding of the Murderers in Blue only kicks that can further down the road.
Mr. Webb, you have 1 minute left.
All right. Shame on you, India Kincannon. Please fix your budget. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Next, we have Caroline Rowcliffe. Ms. Rowcliffe, I'm enabling you to speak. If you'll please give us your name and address, you have up to 5 minutes.
Caroline Rowcliffe, 1216 Raintree Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37923. Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here again for accountability. Council members, I'm not sure I've ever witnessed in my 23 years of being such hatred and venom as I have the last month towards our houseless community. You were all elected to represent the city and this entire city to help address not only the challenges, but also the hopes and visions of everyone in Knoxville. This is why I, amongst others, speak at public forum. This is why I've been here over the budgeting process so you can hear my critiques, hopes, and visions for the city that I love. That's the entire reason people continually show up to speak. We are Knoxville. We are the people of Knoxville. So I just want to echo everything that previous speakers have said, especially folks speaking on the budget, not giving anything towards East Knox neighborhoods, community collectives that need more funding that are directly helping people, and people that have stated that they're not being heard. So I just want to, show solidarity with everyone that has spoken before me and echo what they've said. I'm here to speak specifically on behalf of the houseless community and poor people. I'm here to start a bigger discussion about more women's shelters and amping up resources for those looking for refuge, which some of you have said you wholeheartedly support. I'll ask you specifically, Councilwoman Testerman, and I would like the rest of the board to hear this as well. Where have you been the last month if you're now just saying, let's start a bigger discussion? What do you call the type of address multiple folks, including myself, the previous meetings this month, have made during city council meetings when asking more money be put into social services and affordable housing? Is that not the bigger discussion you were referring to? This whole month's specific bigger discussion has been about our budget and where that money is going. This has always been the bigger discussion. Everything as a council person is the bigger discussion. And if you didn't know that, then why on earth are you sitting in the seat that you are today? Because I sure know other folks that would be listening to the people of Knoxville and that show up consistently to share their hopes and visions for Knoxville. My hopes specifically, and my vision specifically for Knoxville, my home of my entire 23 years of being, is that more money will be put towards resources like social services and affordable housing. I will consistently say every time that I speak, the only reason I'm here is because I care about people. I care about people, specifically the people of Knoxville. And that includes the people that are seen as invaders to every part of our city. It's really hard to say, but y'all aren't showing up for Knoxville. Y'all aren't taking care of Knoxville's most marginalized people when we're consistently increasing the police budget by putting scraps towards social services and praising the police by parading around in tanks, making dangerous Facebook posts to somehow seem more altruistic, while police continue to threaten homeless and houseless people with raids every single Thursday and drive by at night to harass them with their car horns and sirens. As the brave Councilwoman Parker stated, we have a toxic police culture. And I stand by Councilwoman Parker. Is not having food, water, and shelter a crime? When did this become a crime, not having food, water, and shelter? With these so-called invaders of Knoxville, I'm so incredibly disgusted by that comment. These are people. People. Please, I'm asking every council person to put yourself outside of your privilege for once in your life and listen to us when we consistently come back telling you that people are starving and people are terrified. A guest house that houses 18 people, more funding towards police and scraps continuing to be given to social services is not going to help folks.
Ms. Rowcliffe, you have 50 seconds left.
Thank you. Please, please, I echo again what everyone has said previous before me. The only reason we're here is because we care about the people of Knoxville. And you should too, because you were elected to do that. Please put more funding into social services and affordable housing. Please, please stop increasing the budget towards police. They are terrifying people. We are not able to help people by continuing to criminalize them. The best way to help them is through education and providing them with resources like shelter and like food. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rowcliffe. Council, our last speaker will be Mr. Adam Hughes. Mr. Hughes, I'm allowing you to speak. If you'll please give us your name and address, you will have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak. My name is Adam Hughes. I live at 1119 Alexander Street, Apartment 1. And I'm here to talk about using the budget to address the housing crisis that we see today in Knoxville. According to the Office of Homelessness for this city, a lack of affordable housing is the #1 cause of homelessness in Knoxville. This suggests to me that we are in a crisis, but we're in a crisis that a moral document like a budget can help us address. The numbers are frightening. One recent study showed that rents rose by 6% between 2018 and 2019, making Knoxville one of the fastest rising metro areas in the country. Another study showed that this was about 4 times the national average, and a Bloomberg study showed that the least expensive houses in Knoxville, those that are in the most affordable bracket, rose in price for purchase by 20% between 2018 and 2019. We know there's a significant waiting list for receiving Section 8 vouchers, and once people receive those vouchers, they have difficulty finding landlords, which have cycled out of accepting the Section 8 program. KCDC's program has been recognized for its high performance, which shows that the problem exceeds the grasp of the resources they have. Finally, expanding energy costs underline the need to work with KUB to establish weatherization programs that are accessible to low-income people and particularly to renters. These statistics show an underlying racism in the way the Knoxville housing market operates. According to a study that members of Statewide Organizing for Community Empowerment, or SOCM, worked with the National Community Reinvestment Coalition to do, Black residents represented 7% of the Knoxville metropolitan statistical area in 2017, but only 3% of the applications for home purchase. They were 60% more likely to be denied once they submitted that application, and the value of accepted applications was much lower for Black borrowers, which underlines the structural problem of building generational wealth for Black and other non-white communities. This problem is geographical too. Majority minority tracts are disproportionately unlikely to receive owner-occupied home financing, and a similar pattern exists for small business lending. Bank branch locations are disproportionately unlikely by a factor of 4 to be located in minority-majority census tracts. And of course, the current pandemic is underlining the housing problem that people face. Personally, I am scared of the future of housing in Knoxville. I'm scared of my rent increasing. I'm scared of the friends that I've seen that have had to move away just as they were starting their careers because they couldn't find affordable places to live. Groups like Justice Knox have called for an affordable housing trust fund, which would be a positive move to start fixing this problem. This is an issue that requires millions and not thousands of dollars of additional funding to address. I ask that in the course of setting up this trust fund and building on the steps you've taken, that we determine a definition of affordability that goes beyond just below market rate and truly make sure is accessible to the lowest income people. I ask that you start putting funds into housing options that have permanent affordability, like community land trusts that take housing permanently off the market for low-income folks. And finally, I ask that you establish an authentic participatory budgeting process for developing and sharing these funds. A recent study showed that participants in local government processes are disproportionately white, male, and homeowners, which of course impacts the way that the decisions governments are able to make. Places like Oakland, California, and Rochester, New York have established participatory budgeting processes for apportioning the community development block grant funds they've been granted, which have responded by developing programs that actually met the needs that low-income residents have show they need.
Mr. Hughes, you have less than 45 seconds left.
Thank you. Finally, I encourage you to look into the Community Reinvestment Act and observing banks' performance under the Act as an opportunity to find more funding. The Community Reinvestment Act was passed in 1977 to commit redlining, to encourage deposit-taking banks to invest in the communities they operate. However, it's only as effective as the community involvement causes to be. The City Council can work with groups like SOCM to identify leverage points with local banks where they may be coming short in meeting community needs and finding ways to partner with the banks to make sure their lending and community development investment is actually meeting local needs. I'm really excited to send more ideas and to think about this, and I really encourage you to think about the affordable housing crisis as you're finalizing this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Vice Mayor, that is the conclusion of public forum.
Okay. All right, so no one else is signed up, correct, Mr. Johnson?
That's correct. We had 10 speakers. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Just want to thank all of the speakers today, and council want to thank you guys. I know it's been a long day, and will probably be a little long day tomorrow, not quite as long for a Friday. So hope everyone's able to get some rest. Do we have any questions or comments before we close out? Okay, if not, everyone have a great afternoon, and we will see you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.